Chapter 596. Kristoya was happy to hear that. She pressed her head against the Dever's sturdy chest and said softly, "I'll listen to you. It's getting late. Go to sleep, go to sleep." The Devers patted him lightly. The two relaxed and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, the Devers got up and went to the courtyard for his morning exercise. By the time he returned to the main building, drenched in sweat, it was already bustling. Molina, the butler of the backyard, had already instructed the female slaves to wake the children up one by one. She had them dress and wash up. Then, she heard the sounds of complaints and crying in the main building. Molina was unmoved. When faced with children who were unwilling to get up or even fooling around, the female slave had no choice but to go into the house and pull them up by force. She dared to do this in front of these princes and princesses of Dionia, because Kristoya had given her the authority. 8 years ago, under the matchmaking of the Devers and Kristoya, Asuna and Aristyras were married. Of course, she had to leave the Devers' official residence. Molina, the female slave from Thessaly, was the child's wet nurse at the time. Kristoya found that she was decisive and even more daring than Asuna, so she let her take over Asuna's position. Reality proved that Kristoya had a good eye. Over the years, with the increase in children, the backyard was indeed well managed by Molina, which saved Kristoya a lot of trouble. After the Devers had a simple shower, he walked into the dining room. Most of the family was already seated at the dining table. "Where's Olivia?" The Devers glanced around the hall and asked. Olivia was his third daughter, born to Agnes. She was only 4 years old this year. That crybaby refused to get up as usual. Aunt Molina went in to get her up, but she was still yelling. Mother Agnes went upstairs to get her, Bryant replied loudly. Bryant was the Devers' fourth son, born to Kristoya. He was 6 years old this year. Bryant, Avria, is your sister. Instead of helping her when she's in trouble, you're saying weird things from the sidelines. That's not right, understand? Cynthia immediately criticized him. Sister's right. Bryant is annoying. Eunice also complained. She was born during the Great Greek War and was now 10 years old. Bryant felt aggrieved at being criticized by his two sisters. He turned to his second brother, Clodo Catax, for help. Clodo Catax turned to look at Cynthia. Young Bout didn't mean to say bad things about Avria. He's realized his mistake now. All right, I've forgiven you, but it still depends on your future actions, Cynthia said as if she was talking to a child. Bryant nodded hastily. Third brother Apox, who was opposite him, made a face at him, which made him smile. Apox was born to Agnes at the end of the Great Hellenic War and was now over 9 years old. The Devers and Kristoya sat quietly, not interfering with the small conflict between the children. They had always been like this because with Cynthia and Crotocatax around, everything would be resolved in the end. The Devers also hoped that the children would learn unity, love, tolerance, and compromise in the process of resolving conflicts themselves. At this moment, Agnes brought Avria into the living room. Avria's large eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She carried a small doll in one hand, and Agnes was holding her other hand as they walked forward. "Little Avria, darling, hurry and sit in your seat. It's time for breakfast," Kristoya said softly. Her words were very effective. Avria let go of her mother's hand and sat down on her own seat. She placed the doll behind her, and Agnes sat down beside her. Usually, because of the simple way of eating, ordinary Greeks didn't even have a dining table. They could eat outdoors while sitting on a wooden chair, squatting, or standing with food in their hands. The Greek nobles and the rich had a much more formal meal. They had their own dining room, with tables according to the number of people they had. There were also slaves waiting at the side to clean their hands at any time because they ate with their hands. The situation of eating in the kingdom of Dionia was very different. After the Devers invented knives, forks, and spoons, the people no longer needed to eat with their hands. Although they still ate separately, many families began to eat at the same table. Very few families did not even separate men and women. It was said that this was all due to the Devers' influence. As the number of family members increased, the Devers had a skilled carpenter make a large round table and placed it in the middle of the dining room. The family sat around it and ate. This way, there were no close or distant relationships, and there was a lively atmosphere of a family. It was also beneficial in nurturing the children's love for their family and valuing it. The Devers sat facing the entrance of the dining room. On their right was Agnes, and on their left was Christoia. Next to Christoia was their eldest daughter, Cynthia, their second son, Clodocatax, their second daughter, Eunice, their third son, Apox, their fourth son, Bryance, and their third daughter, Avria. If their eldest son, Adoris, was included, the Devers family had a total of 10 members. The backyard supervisor, Molina, stood at the side. There were no other slaves in the dining room. After all, even the youngest, Molina, was already 4 years old and could take care of herself. The Devers had always hoped that their children could do things on their own, be self-reliant, and not rely on slaves to serve them. That way, they would not become useless people who did not know how to eat. Let's eat. After the Devers finished speaking, Clodocatax brought the food and bowls with Molina's help. He first set up the cutlery for each family member, and then distributed the food to each family member. This was the task that the Devers had arranged for the older children in the family, mainly to train their awareness of serving others. It just so happened that it was Clodocatax's turn today. After distributing the food to his parents, Clodocatax turned to Cynthia. This time, the Devers' eyes widened as they saw their eldest son quickly distribute the food to Cynthia. "Thank you, Crow," Cynthia said with a smile. Clodocatax calmly walked towards Eunice, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. The Devers immediately cast a puzzled look at Christoia. Of course, Christoia understood what her husband meant. She hadn't thought that, after telling the Devers about this matter yesterday, he would publicly confirm it today. This was simply, Christoia immediately gave him a look, telling him not to be too obvious. The Devers pretended not to understand and opened their mouths, assuming a puzzled posture. Christoia could only clench her fist and hit him on the thigh. The Devers bared their teeth in an exaggerated manner. Christoia almost spat out the oatmeal in her mouth onto the table. Agnes noticed the abnormality between the two and turned her head, casting a questioning look. The Devers, however, extended his right hand towards her smooth and supple thigh. Agnes blushed slightly and immediately pinched it hard with her fingers. The Devers showed a pained expression again, but it was gone in a flash. The children obviously didn't notice the farce between their parents. Their attention was on the food. Same as before, with a spoonful of honey, Clodocatax asked his sister with a smile. Before Eunice could reply, Bryant shouted, "Do you even need to ask? She doesn't like cow or goat's milk." In this era, many citizens of the Greek city-states raised sheep, so goat's milk was a very common food. Apart from making cheese, it was also processed and consumed directly. Cows were mainly used for practical use and transportation, not for milk production. The Devers had once asked Bagul to advocate for the people of Lucania municipality to use cow's milk for sale and consumption. There were only a few people who used cow's milk, and the production wasn't large either. Of course, there was a small supply in the palace. However, the beverage for breakfast today was goat's milk. Goat's milk had a strong odor. Fortunately, the Devers had made a rule for the children to drink a cup of goat's milk every morning so that they could grow taller and stronger. Now, the children had adapted to it, including the youngest of Rhea, except for Eunice. "I don't like it, so what?" Eunice immediately glared at Bryant. Bryant didn't want to admit defeat in the face of his sister's threat, but he couldn't say anything. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Anyway, it's not right." Eunice ignored him and turned to smile at Clodocatax. "Brother, give me 2 spoonfuls of honey." "Thank you." Clodocatax finished distributing the food for Eunice and put food for Apox. Apox cheered. "Great, there's meat buns today." The Greeks used fermented flour to bake bread, while the Devers had the chef wrap the beef and mutton in the fermented dough and steam them in an iron pot. The steamed meat buns were fragrant, and the children, especially the boys, liked to eat them. Apox held the hot bun with both hands and took a big bite, ignoring the heat in his mouth. Then he saw that Bryant had also distributed the food. He suddenly rolled his eyes and said to his brother, "Butte, let's play a game, okay? Whoever wins can take a bite of the other party's meat buns." "No way." Bryant cautiously put the wooden plate of meat buns in front of his chest with both hands. He lost to Apox every time they played games, so he had some psychological scars. Apox was thinking about how to persuade Bryant when he heard Eunice say disdainfully, "Butte, look at how timid you are. ABO, here you go." Eunice was satisfied that Apox had made a fool of Bryant. She immediately broke off a small half of the meat bun and handed it to him. Chapter 597. When Olivia, who was still in a daze, heard this, she immediately took a few bites of the meat bun. Agnes hurriedly said, "Don't rush. Eat slowly. It's hot." "Little Butte, what kind of brother are you? You're actually trying to cheat your sister of her breakfast?" Cynthia chuckled as she criticized. Facing Cynthia, Bryant didn't retort. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Devers watched all this with a smile. Every day, this was the time when he was the most relaxed after breakfast. "Cynthia, after breakfast, come with me to the bank at the port and listen to their financial report for the first half of the year." Kristoya interrupted with a cloth napkin. Although Asuna had left, Cynthia had grown up. She was family and more knowledgeable. Over the past few years, under Kristoya's intentional training, she had become her right-hand woman. "Yes, mother," Cynthia replied. "Ah." Olivia heard this and hurriedly said, "I want to go with Sister Cynthia." Among these children, Olivia wasn't old enough to go to school yet. She usually stayed at home, and Kristoya and Agnes had their own things to do. Cynthia took care of her most of the time, so she was very attached to Cynthia. And today, Molina had woken her up too fiercely. She didn't want to stay at home alone. Cynthia more or less understood what she was thinking, so she said to Kristoya, "Mother, should I bring Olivia with me?" Kristoya looked at Olivia. Olivia blinked her large eyes and looked pitifully at her other mother. "Be obedient when you're there, and don't shout." Kristoya was actually quite at ease with Olivia, because this child was very gentle and quiet everywhere she went. "Yes." Olivia nodded vigorously. Agnes expressed her thanks to Kristofa. "Olivia, you can't leave Big Sister. What will you do when she gets married?" Eunice said. Olivia's eyes immediately reddened when she heard this. "When that happens, Olivia can still visit Big Sister often, and Big Sister will come back often. She won't leave us." Agnes hurriedly comforted her daughter. At the same time, Clodo Catax coughed and spat out the milk on the table. "I choked on water just now," Clodo Catax quickly explained. Kristoya immediately cast a cryptic glance at the Devers. The Devers were relieved. They had been observing him since he entered the restaurant. Other than the gaff, just now, the Devers did not find anything strange about the child. It showed that he had strong self-control, which made the Devers proud. "Yes, Crow, you're going to be 16 soon and have formal military training. I'm going to customize a set of heavy infantry equipment for you. Do you have any requests?" asked the Devers. "Doesn't Dionia's military law state that the Army's weapons and equipment must meet certain requirements? You can't make arbitrary changes to the size, color, and patterns?" asked Clodo Catax, puzzled. "That means that the appearance, size, and color of the weapons and equipment must be the same as the other soldiers in the Army. However, you can add or modify some things to enhance their performance and increase their comfort. For example, you can add cloth pads in the helmet to quickly absorb sweat and reduce the impact of external forces on the head. Another example is to reduce the amount of linen glue in the linen breastplate and sew hippopotamus skin in the lining. This way, the thickness will be the same, but its defensive capabilities will be greatly increased." The Devers explained some of the tricks of customizing weapons and equipment to his son in detail. Clodo Catax listened attentively for a while and said without hesitation, "Father, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You can just customize it according to the norm. Make my armor, shield, and spear the same as the other citizens." "Crow, you should." Kristoya hurriedly tried to persuade him when she heard this. The Devers said happily, "Child, you're doing the right thing. Only when you don't try to be special will you be able to get along well with your teammates. Only then will your team, be able to quickly form a cohesive whole. When in battle, your teammates will not hesitate to block the enemy's spears for you in times of danger. Clodocatax listened to his father's teachings seriously. Christoia saw this and didn't say anything else. "Father, I want to customize a spear and shield like bro." Brian said loudly. "Didn't I make one for you? But it's made of wood because you're still young. You can't lift a real spear and shield made of real iron. Can you lift the pair of big iron hammers father left in the yard?" Brian shook his head. "When you reach Crow's age, you'll have enough strength to lift them. Then I'll customize a real spear and shield for you too. Okay?" The Devers persuaded his son patiently. "Okay, Butte, do you want to be a soldier or a general in the future?" The Devers continued. "Of course I want to be a general." "That's awesome. Then you should study hard in school first. Only by learning to read can you understand the orders given by your commander. Only by learning to count can you know how to arrange your troops. Only by learning to argue can you persuade your men to follow your orders. So when you get to school, you must study hard and don't play around. You'll definitely become a general in the future, okay?" The Devers also took the opportunity to persuade Bryant. Although he was still young, he was too energetic and brave. He had been at school for half a year and caused a lot of trouble in his class. The teacher had already reported it to Christoia several times. Bryant nodded, not really understanding. "Abo, don't just snicker. You have to help your brother more. If he doesn't do well in the school's elementary tests, I'm going to make you pay," Divers said with a serious face. Apox was dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth were stained with grease and crumbs. He looked rather comical, causing his siblings to burst into laughter. After breakfast, Crystal, Cynthia, and Ivia rode in a carriage to the port. Agnes, on the other hand, sat in another carriage and hurried towards the Temple of Hera in Turiadong City. Crodocatax, Apox, Eunice and Bryant were escorted by guards and slaves to the Triangle of the River in Turin. However, when they got there, his siblings would go to the Turin Academy, while Crodocatax would go to the Dionia Academy separately. After the Devers saw off their wives and children, they went to the Dionia Senate under the protection of the palace guards. When the Dionia Senate was established more than 10 years ago, it was only the highest authority of the Dionia people. Now, it represented the most powerful kingdom in the entire Western Mediterranean Greece, and people looked up to it. Of course, the Dionia Palace that was built later took away part of its glory. When the Senate was built, its grand appearance was amazing, but it also made outsiders laugh. A newly formed alliance of less than 2 or 3 cities actually built a grand hall that was not commensurate with its strength. Now, no one dared to say such strange things. Instead, they sided the foresight of the king of Devers. Although the territory was constantly expanding, the number of Dionia senators did not always increase. After the Polixus case and the losses of the Southern Italian War, the number of senators declined sharply. When a meeting was held, there were only a few people in the huge hall. Everyone was either on the battlefield or shouldering heavy responsibilities to stabilize the country. It was the most difficult period for Dionia, and it was also the period when the senators played an important role. In the end, Dionia survived and ushered in another great development of the kingdom. With Laos taking the lead, the allied city-states of Trine, Castellan, Crotone, Cruna, Heraclea, and Metapontum took the initiative to join the kingdom. The 3 former allied city-states of Locri, Medma, and Hyhernian were forced to join the kingdom. Silatina, Inona, and Copso were territories occupied by Dionia. Naxos, Cadani, Sicily, and Tauromenian also became part of the kingdom. In the next 10 years, while the kingdom worked hard to restore the population, agriculture, and trade of the newly acquired lands, it also declared war on the Mashapi and Pachetti, citing the fact that they had broken the treaty and attacked Tarentum, a free city in Dionia. In the Great Battle of Brindisi, the Devers led 5 legions and 2 cavalry legions to successfully defeat the allied forces of Mashapi and Pachetti. Taking advantage of the heavy losses of these 2 fierce races, The kingdom of Dionia began to carry out annual planned and step-by-step encroachment operations. Until the beginning of the year before last, there were no more independent towns in the two regions of Mashapi and Pachetti. This also made the Grand Hall of the Senate of Dionia not as empty as it used to be. The number of senators also exceeded 200, occupying 1/5 of all the seats in the hall. Therefore, maintaining the normal order of the Senate during meetings became an important task for the Supreme Censor and his subordinates. "The king has arrived," the disciplinary officer shouted, and the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. After Dionia became a kingdom from an alliance, the biggest difference between the Grand Hall and the past was that the semicircular seats of the senators surrounded the center of the hall. A little behind the center of the hall was a cowhide chair, which was the seat of the king of Dionia. Behind the wooden chair was a door, which was a passage for the king of Devers to enter and exit. 4 fully armed palace guards with spears and shields entered the hall in neat steps and stood on both sides of the leather chair. Chapter 598. All of the elders stood up to show their respect. This was not done spontaneously. It was a law passed by the Senate of the Kingdom of Dionia in the past 10 years. It stipulated that whenever the king attended a meeting of the Senate, this etiquette was mandatory. Any senator who did not stand up or bow would be expelled from the meeting by the Supreme Censor. As for the palace guards entering the meeting hall, it was because the number of senators in the Senate had skyrocketed after the Southern Italian War. Although the guards guarding the Senate would search the senators before entering the meeting hall to prevent any of them from carrying weapons, some of the senators who had just joined Dionia had deep conflicts. For example, Senator Crotone and Senator Lockley, Senator Treen, and Senator Cybernian. During the debate on the bill, a single word of disagreement could easily lead to conflict. Several times, it even threatened the safety of the Devers. Therefore, Marigi and Plazinas proposed to allow the palace guards under the command of the Devers to enter the meeting hall with the approval of more than half of the senators. This way, they could protect the king and at the same time assist the Supreme Censor in maintaining order in the meeting hall. Of course, after 10 years and some improvements to the Senate meeting system, the current Senate meetings were much more orderly. The Devers sat firmly on the leather chair. As there were 2 steps below his seat, his height was basically the same as the seats at the back of the meeting hall. The Devers looked at the nearly 200 senators in front of him. Most of them were concentrated in the front of the center of the meeting hall so that they could hear the voices of the speakers clearly. The most senior senators sat in the front row. The seat in the middle belonged to Cunagurata. This was a reward from the Devers for what he had done over the years. The senators also recognized his ability and prestige. However, he had been bettered in all this time. When they heard from Helps that his condition was worsening, the Devers were a little worried. The seat next to him should have belonged to Cornelis. He was also a senator who had worked hard and made great contributions. However, as the rotating chairman today, he stood in front of the wooden table in the center of the meeting hall to the right of the Devers. After 10 years, his hair and beard were all white, and his figure was hunched. Devers sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Cunagurata had been absent for a long time and the fact that the Senate needed a prestigious elder to stand guard for him, he might have considered letting Cornelis, who was almost 60 years old, no longer take on the heavy duty of the rotating chairman. It was too exhausting, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Seated in the center of the front row were the 3 presidents of the Senate, Vespa, Sidorum, and Lysias. Although Lysias of Crotone was a late senator, he respected Crotone, which was once a powerful city in Greece. On the other hand, Crotone used to be the leader of Salton, Treen, and Coruña. Although it was in the past, it still had some influence. Therefore, Lysias, who was once the chief general of Crotone, became the rotating chairman of the Senate after the Devers suggestion. Sitting in the first row were Tritodmos, Protesilaus, Raphias, Antares, Felicius, Merces, Marigi, Plazinas, Burkos. These were the senators who had made great contributions to the kingdom before the Southern Italian War. Other than that, the former mercenary senators who loved to sit together had also changed their seating arrangement. For example, Antonios sat alone, surrounded by senators from Sicily. Initially, Helos did not want to sit alone, but some of the senators from Rockly and its allies that he had conquered and subjugated preferred to sit beside him. As a result, some of the former mercenary senators were very dissatisfied. In the end, Helos had no choice but to stay away from the mercenary senators. Later on, in order to prevent a situation like Antonio's from happening again, the Devers would send 2 to 3 legions to attack the designated towns of Masapi and Pshiti each time after the Battle of Brindisi. This way, not only would every soldier gain military merits and receive training, but it would also disperse the influence of the commanders on the conquered areas. Even so, there were still some Masapi and Pshiti senators who were thick-skinned enough to squeeze into the group of former mercenary senators, causing the largest group in the Senate to gradually fall apart. Not only was the Devers not worried, but he was also happy to see such a situation happen. Now, he no longer needed to rely on these mercenaries to gain a foothold in the kingdom. At this moment, the Devers placed his hands on the armrests of the chair and leaned against the back of the chair in a more comfortable position. He then said to Cornelius, "Let's begin." The first item on the agenda for this Senate meeting was the report of the chief executive of Annona, Assists, whose term had expired. Debriefing was a necessary procedure for every Dionian elder who was about to step down from his post. On one hand, it was to let the other senators understand and evaluate their performance during their term. If they performed well, it would be easier for them to take up new positions in the upcoming elections. If they performed poorly, they would have a reason to be idle the next time. This also forced the senators to not slack off when they took up their positions. No one could tolerate being seen as incompetent by their colleagues. On the other hand, it would be easier for the other senators to understand the current situation and difficulties of the position or the region through the retiring senator. This would make it easier for them to consider the proposals related to the position or to decide whether or not to take up the position. 3 years ago, Assis had given a report to Annona, so this time he was familiar with the process and spoke in a more concise manner. After he finished his speech, applause rang out around him. Of course, many of the applause was for the sake of reward. At this moment, the rotating chairman, Cornelius, said loudly, "My lords, it is now time to ask Sir Assis questions." The Assis immediately felt nervous. The most difficult part of the report had arrived. As soon as Cornelius finished speaking, Felicius immediately stood up. "My lords, I remember that 3 years ago, Sir Assis once said that Annona wanted to be the bridge between the Campanian alliance and the kingdom of Dionia. I would like to ask Sir Assis, in the past 3 years, what achievements has Annona made in this regard?" The Assists heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Felicius gratefully. As expected of a senior officer in the mercenary army, this was completely helping him. In the previous report, the Assist had already mentioned this. Now, he only needed to elaborate. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your wise decision to allow the Kingdom of Dionia to form an alliance with the Campanian alliance. This is the basis for Annona's rapid development of relations with the various cities in Campania. As we all know, due to the Samni's invasion of the various cities in Campania, some cities have fallen into the hands of the Samni, including the ancient city of Capusa. Although the Samni and the Campanian alliance have reached a peace agreement under our mediation, the land that the Samni have occupied cannot be returned. Hence, there are many Campanians who have lost their homes and land in the Campanian region. In the past, in order to survive, most of them could only work as mercenaries. Ever since Annona became a new piece of land, although the original inhabitants, the Samni, have all left, the growth of its population has been very slow. This is because the Greek immigrants from the Eastern Mediterranean are more willing to settle in the Magna Graecia region of the kingdom, as it is closer to the mainland and the customs are similar and more familiar. Very few of them are willing to move to Annona in the middle of the west coast of Italy. A few years ago, the residents of Annona were mainly some of the original Legio III soldiers and their families. At this point, the Assists nodded slightly at Vespa, Hemont, and the other Lacanian senators, as the soldiers of the Legio III were mainly Lacanians. Annona has a lot of uncultivated land, but it lacks labor. Hence, when Lady Alexis was in office, she took some measures to attract Campanians to work in Annona. Under the guidance of Lady Alexis, due to the improvement of the diplomatic environment, I proposed some new measures, such as allowing the Campanians to rent 5 acres of land, even if they are unwilling to become citizens of Dionia. If they want to cultivate uncultivated land, they can rent more than 10 acres at a time. After 6 years, a lot of uncultivated land in Annona has been developed into farmland, and the tax revenue has been greatly increased. At the same time, I provided cheap accommodation for the Campanians in Annona. The port, the market, and all other places that require labor are open to them. They are basically treated the same as the free citizens of Dionia. As a result, a large number of Campanians poured into Annona, greatly promoting the rapid development of Annona's port. Annona, which only had a simple dock 10 years ago, has now become one of the most important ports in the middle of the west coast of Italy. Chapter 599. My lords, as far as I know, when Legio III first occupied Annona, the Campanians were afraid of the kingdom. They did not want to face the threat of a stronger kingdom while fighting against the Samni. The Campanian alliance signed the treaty with us, trembling with fear. I think they were psychologically resistant to us at that time. But after years of hard work by us, especially in Annona, the Campanians' fear is disappearing, and their love for the kingdom is growing. Many Campanians believe that the kingdom of Dionia is a wealthy, culturally rich Greek kingdom that treats them kindly. They can find work in the kingdom's territory and earn money to support their families. They will not be exploited too much. So far, about 800 Campanians have officially become citizens of Dionia in Annona, and about 1,400 Campanians have become probationary citizens. There are about 3,000 registered Campanians who wish to become citizens of Dionia, and the number is still increasing. When Assists finished, the elders applauded. This time, it was not out of etiquette, but a recognition of his achievements in Annona. At the same time, they were proud that their kingdom had been recognized by the people of a powerful city-state alliance in Italy. After the applause died down, Himon stood up and said, "Lord Assists, Annona is a special town. It's special because not only does it border the Campanians, but it's also close to the Simonians. Have you taken the same measures against the rebellious Samnian people who are also part of the Diana Alliance? Have you allowed Annona to become the bridge between the Samnian people and the kingdom?" Compared to the previous question, this one was easier to answer. It was another free point. So Assist nodded at Hemot. "Thank you, Lord Hemot, for your question. Annona is indeed neighboring the Samni, mainly the Cautini, one of the 4 major tribes of the Samni. However, unlike the Campanian alliance, Annona is not the only kingdom that shares a border with the Samni. Capsa and the free city of Potentia are neighbors of the Samni. All 3 of us have been working hard to improve our relationship with the Samni. After all, the Samni are different from the Campanians. They are not Greeks, and their customs are completely different from ours. In the past, they have always been enemies of the Campanians and are wary of our kingdom. Although I have tried to make it easier for the Samni to enter Annona to trade or work, there have been very few Samni entering Annona for the past few years. However, 3 years ago, I decided to build the town of Baperia in the valley of Laconia in the north of Annona, next to Cautini. Now, the town is developing rapidly. When Assist said this, the Devers suddenly said, "Laconia, is the leader of this town of Cautini Quinduk?" "Your Majesty, it is Quinduk, the leader of the Cautini tribe that you captured. He used to be the leader of the largest Cautini tribe in Laconia," Assist replied. "He is quite friendly to Dionia." The Devers nodded. When the Samni army invaded Potentia and was defeated, several noble Samni leaders were captured, including Quinduk, Gurney, and even Torek, the leader of Pentine. For some reason, the Devers treated them well and even let them stay in Turiae for a while, treating them like distinguished guests. In the end, they were released to Samni along with the other captives. It seemed that not only Gurney, but Quinduk had also changed his attitude toward Dionia. Seeing that the Devers did not speak, Assist continued. "We all know that the Samni live in the mountains and mainly graze for a living. There's a lack of food there, and it is not enough to support a large population. So for decades, the Cayutini have been attacking the Campanian alliance to gain more land. 10 years ago, the Samni also launched a large-scale attack on Potentia. In the end, they were defeated by the army led by His Majesty and had no choice but to become our ally. In the town of Barbaria, we built a market to sell grains and other food to the Samni people. The Samni people can use any goods to barter with us. They don't have to use gold or silver coins. Of course, the ores, prey, and livestock that they bring have to be valued first. We try to be as fair as possible. As time passed, the Samni who traded with us gradually let down their guard. In order to obtain more grains to bring back to the tribe, many of their tribesmen began to enter the town of Barbaria and accept the employment of the citizens of the town, cutting down trees, clearing wastelands, farming, in exchange for payment. Today, the town of Barbaria is the busiest. In one day, there are nearly 300 Samni working in the town. At the same time, they have also begun to slowly accept some of our customs, such as rugby matches. Many Samni people like this kind of intense physical collision sport, which is very suitable for the fierce Samni warriors to play. I believe that in another year or two, there will be a Samni team participating in the kingdom's rugby finals. At this time, the Devers added, this year a Samni team was invited by Turiai to participate. It comes from Abenelum, near Kapsa. The assist was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, it seems that Lord Sexima has done a better job in this aspect than I have. Another person stood up from the group of elders. Lord Assists, I would like to know how the religion of the Hades is spreading in the Campanian region. The Assists looked at the person who asked and saw that it was Pleasantness. As the scepter priest of the Temple of Hades, Pleasantness naturally had some understanding of the development of the temples in the cities. Asking this question at this time was, in fact, still a freebie, so when the Assists nodded at Pleasantness, he glanced at Marigi in the corner of the hall. He knew that although Marigi was one of the few elders from Persia in the kingdom, and usually seemed to be alone in the Senate, he was in fact a liaison between the former mercenary elders and the other elders. Of course, behind him stood the king's Devers. Therefore, in today's 3 consecutive questions focused on his most outstanding achievements in the 6 years he was in Inona. Obviously, these were instructions from the Devers. He suppressed his gratitude towards the king of the Devers and said as calmly as possible, although the Temple of Hades in Inona is not under the jurisdiction of the City Hall, the City Hall has also tried its best to help the development of the Temple of Hades, such as selling grain and herbs to the temple at a very low price every time, and even providing labor and doctors when the temple is short of manpower. As for the Campanians and Simonians who enter Inona, we have done a lot of guidance, so that they can seek help from the temple when they are in trouble. Over the years, the Temple of Hades has helped countless outsiders who are hungry, homeless, sick, and in all kinds of difficulties. After they returned to their mother country with gratitude, they built many small Hades altars in Pompeii, Naples, Sorrentum, and even some tribes of Simonians. Pompeii even began to hold a celebration of the Hades on September 9th every year with Inona. What is slightly different about the Simonians is that they not only began to believe in the Hades, but they also began to respect Hercules. Therefore, not only did Inona build the Temple of Hades in the town of Barbaria, but also built the Temple of Hercules. Every year, during the celebration of Hercules on May 20th, many Simonians would come to Barbaria to actively participate in the Hercules competition and other competitions. After the assists finished speaking, Plazinas immediately said, "Thank you, Lord Assists, for your help all these years, so that the faith of the Hades can quickly spread in central Italy." After Plazinas sat down, another elder stood up. This was Elder Brity Krelu. As a young elder, his question was not so polite. "Lord Assists, as far as I know, before you took office, Inona's territory was full of forests, and huge trees could be seen everywhere. But during the 6 years that you were in power, almost all the trees in the territory were cut down. Don't you think that this is a little too much?" Assist smiled and replied, "Thank you, Lord Krelu, for your concern for the environment around Annona. I would like to explain this question. First of all, the cutting down of the trees in Annona was approved by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was not a violation of the law. As he spoke, he looked at the Minister of Agriculture, Buckos. 10 years ago, Buckos had resigned from his position as the Agriculture Minister because of the Polixis case. The person who took over the position, Bagalipi, died of illness a few years later. At that time, the agriculture of the kingdom was at its busiest. Great Greece had accepted too many new citizens, and their work in the fields needed guidance and supervision. The newly acquired land in Masapi and Pucheti urgently needed planning and reasonable distribution. Therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture was in urgent need of a capable leader. Devers once again appointed Buckos. Under his persuasion, Buckos once again returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar position, and had stayed until now. Chapter 600. Thank you, Lord Buckos, for your explanation. The assists continued. Actually, if Lord Creru were to investigate in Annona, he would realize that we only cut down the trees that grew on the plains. We didn't cut down any trees in the mountains. Why do we cut down the trees on the plains? After Annona was occupied by the Samani, they didn't reclaim the land, causing the forest to extend all the way to the sea. The Samani are used to living in the mountains and forests, but we, the people of Dionia, can't. We need arable land to grow crops. If we don't cut down the trees and clear the wasteland, there won't be any arable land in Annona. We can't rely on livestock to feed the growing population of Annona. If we buy crops from outside, the price will be high, and the lives of the people will be greatly affected. Would they still be willing to live in Annona when there are plenty of arable land in other parts of the kingdom? In that case, to maintain our presence in Annona, the kingdom has to pay a high price, and it's not worth it. Besides, Annona is close to the Sauron Peninsula, and its territory is mainly in the south, dozens of miles away from Poseidonia. If there's no land road connecting it, it's not convenient to connect it to the port by sea. Building a road also requires cutting down the trees. More importantly, the assists looked around and said in a low voice, although the Samani were defeated by us in the war 10 years ago and had no choice but to become an ally of the kingdom, we can't let our guard down. Recently, I heard that the Cautini have started to attack the Campanian alliance again. Annona is far from the center of the kingdom, and it's in an unfamiliar land. We must ensure that transportation is convenient. If there's an accident, our army can arrive in time. Our soldiers are better at displaying their power on the plains, while the Samani are good at fighting in the mountains and forests. Cutting down the trees on the plains is also to ensure the safety of Annona. After the assists finished speaking, the elders began to whisper to each other. The news of the Cautini attacking the Campanian alliance had been reported to Turii by a Neapolitan envoy a few days ago. Although the elders did not think that the Samani would dare to break the treaty and declare war on the kingdom, they were still satisfied with the assist's proactive approach. Creru had nothing to say. Devers nodded slightly. After so many years of training, Assist had indeed grown up. At this moment, Marigi stood up and said politely, I have a question. Of course, it's not within your authority, Lord Assists, but I still want to consult you. With your 6 years of experience in Annona, I hope you can give me some suggestions on how to break Carthage's trade monopoly on Sardinia and Corsica. There was a commotion in the venue. Clearly, this question was a bit too much. But looking at Marigi's eager eyes, Assist turned around and looked at the Devers, who were sitting steadily on the chair. The Devers nodded at him. Assist knew that he could not refuse this question. So, he pondered for a while before saying, I remember that the agreement we signed with Carthage states that Dionia's merchant ships are not allowed to trade on the southern Iberian Peninsula, Sardinia, and Corsica. The best way to change Carthage's monopoly on the trade of these two large islands and obtain a large amount of precious metals is to revise the agreement with Carthage and let them agree to us trading with these two islands. But I think this is basically impossible, because the trade between the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula and these two islands are the two most important trade markets that support Carthage's prosperity. The Carthage will never give up on them. 100 years ago, Carthage took the initiative to launch 2 naval wars because the Greeks coveted Sardinia and won both times. If we don't have the intention to tear up the agreement and start a war with Carthage, it's better not to provoke it. After Assist finished his warning, everyone shook their heads in disappointment. This answer was no different from the answers of the other elders in the past. Then, Assist changed the topic. However, although Carthage has an agreement with us and has similar requirements for the Phoenicians in Sardinia and Corsica, no matter how developed Carthage's goods are, it is impossible for them to produce everything to meet the needs of the Phoenicians on these 2 islands. For example, I heard that the Sardinians prefer the pottery of Athens to the pottery of Carthage, so Carthage buys the pottery of Athens and then resells it to the Sardinians. Naturally, the price is higher. Moreover, many goods are transported from Carthage to Sardinia and Corsica. The longer distance causes the transportation costs to increase, and the price of the goods also increases. If we sell the same goods that they need in the markets of Annona, Poseidonia, and Picassus at a more suitable price, I believe that it will attract the Phoenician merchants of the 2 islands to buy them. Now, they can occasionally be seen in the market of Annona, and I believe that this will attract more people. However, even if it can be achieved, it will not be a large-scale trade, especially when it comes to precious metals. After all, the Phoenician cities on these islands rely heavily on Carthage, and it is impossible for them to do anything that will harm the interests of Carthage. Thank you for your answer. Marigi sat down with a happy expression. Assist's suggestion confirmed his thoughts. After him, a few other elders raised questions, and Assist smoothly answered them one by one. Since Assist was a mercenary and married a Lucanian, and his uncle Antonios was one of the leaders of the elders in Sicily, the Assists had connections with several large groups of the elders. Therefore, the elders would not make things difficult for him and set up obstacles for him to report his work. Seeing that the questions were coming to an end, Assist was about to heave a sigh of relief when a familiar voice came from behind him. I have a question for you. Assist's heart tightened. He quickly turned around and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please ask. The elders in the hall pricked up their ears. The Devers asked casually, What do the Campanians think of the people of Rome? The people of Rome? Only a few elders were unfamiliar with this name. Antonios heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed that the Devers did not deliberately target Assist. Although he quarreled with his nephew last night, Assist's words still reminded him, so he began to pay attention to the Devers' every move today. He also began to avoid arousing suspicion and did not ask Assist questions. Your Majesty, in my contact with the Campanians, they rarely talk about this Latin city-state in the north. After all, there are Volsci and other Latin city-states between Rome and Campania. Moreover, Rome's sea trade is not developed, and there are very few trade contacts with the Campanians. From this, it can be seen that they do not know much about this city-state, nor do they attach much importance to it. However, when they occasionally mention Rome, the 2 words barbaric and belligerent are inseparable. I can sense that the Campanians despise and are somewhat afraid of Rome. This may have something to do with the fact that Rome defeated the Celts who invaded Etruria and the Latins in the 3rd year of the kingdom, 390 BC. Over the years, Rome has conquered many Etrurian city-states and other Latin city-states. The Assist had been in power in Annona for 6 years, but he had never come into contact with the people of Rome. However, 3 years ago, when he was elected for the 2nd time as the governor of Annona, the Assists had mentioned Rome when they invited him to a banquet and sent him off. He had been paying attention to it, so he was fully prepared to answer this question. The Devers had sent people to collect intelligence about Rome. He knew Rome far better than the senators present. The reason why he asked this question was because he was curious about the Campanians' attitude toward the people of Rome. In the history of the previous life, the Campanians were invaded by the Simonians and finally chose to ask for help from Rome. Perhaps it was because there was no other force in the surrounding area that could help them except for Rome. In fact, I'm afraid that they have the same thoughts as the Campanians in this life. However, they have a stronger backer now. With the help of Dionia, the Simonians dare not invade them again, so they probably won't turn to Rome for help. The Dever's mind was filled with thoughts, but his face was calm as he nodded at the assists. After the Devers asked the question, no one else in the hall raised any more questions. The rotating chairman, Cornelius, invited the assists to return to his seat. Next, the 5 senators of the kingdom's officials management committee would grade the assists based on his performance in the 3 years he had been in power in Annona. Judging from the assist performance, he could at least be rated as good. Of course, this score was not made public. After it was reviewed by the king of the Devers, it would be archived by the committee as an important proof of appointment for the assists in the future. The next item on the agenda, Cornelius said loudly, elect the new governor of Annona. At this point, he turned around and asked, Your Majesty, do you have a candidate in mind? This was not Cornelius's flattery. It was the custom of the Senate to elect a senior official. They first had to confirm whether the king had a candidate in mind. If there was, they would bring it up for discussion. If everyone thought that the candidate was suitable, then it would be decided. If most people thought that the candidate was not suitable, the king could be replaced. This was the privilege of the king of Dionia, but the Devers rarely used it. They knew that if they always acted alone, they would be hated by others. Besides, they could privately inform the Malians to achieve their goal. There was no need to be so obvious. I do not have a candidate. The Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and said seriously, However, the requirements for the position of governor of Annona are different from those of other cities. As the northernmost city in the kingdom, on one hand, the successor needs to be able to handle the relationship with the Campanians and Simonians and continue to increase their goodwill toward the kingdom. At the same time, the successor needs to continue to develop Annona into the hub of the kingdom's maritime trade with central and northern Italy. In addition, due to the complicated origins of the people in Annona, due to the different customs and habits, conflicts and disputes are not uncommon. This is a test of the successor's governance ability. The senators who wish to apply to be a candidate, as well as the senators who are in charge of the election, must consider carefully before making a decision. Chapter 601. Now, the senators who want to be the governor of Annona, please sign up. As soon as Cornelius finished speaking, someone quickly stood up and said in a loud voice, I want to run. The Devers narrowed their eyes slightly. It was Myron, the former chief general of Crotone who had once fought with the Devers. After Crotone merged into the kingdom of Dionia, he first assisted Cornelius, the governor of Crotone at that time, in rebuilding Ciudad Crotone. He then held several middle-level positions in Ciudad Crotone: construction officer, agricultural officer, administrative adjutant. After Dionia conquered Masapi, because of Myron's outstanding performance in Crotone, the Devers personally appointed Myron as the governor of Udir, the central town of Masapi, to show their complete trust in him. Myron did not disappoint. After taking office, he was swift and decisive, quelling several riots and finding out several tribes who were unwilling to surrender, including the family of Pachimerus. Pachimerus died suddenly shortly after the defeat in the Battle of Brindisi. There were different opinions about the cause of his death. Some thought that he committed suicide because he felt that the future of Masapi was hopeless. Some said that his family assassinated him in order to seize power, and some thought that the other tribes in Udir had long been dissatisfied with his dictatorship and took the opportunity to kill him. Myron showed no mercy to them. He either executed them, imprisoned, or expelled them, causing the order in the entire Udir region to be strict. Even the people in the nearby towns of Masapi became much more well-behaved. Half a year ago, Myron ended his term and returned to Turiai. He did not ask for another term. At this moment, Myron applied to go to Annona, but the Devers were not very optimistic about him. After all, what Annona needed was a senator who could handle the relationship with Campania and Samonet, and who was politically flexible and tough. Myron, who was called the executioner by some of the people of Udir, was too radical. At this time, another senator stood up from the crowd. Adrianx. The eyes of the Devers blinked again. After the Southern War, many city-states merged into the Kingdom of Dionia. Although the Senate had absorbed many new senators from these city-states, they could not be sent out immediately to manage a city independently. This was because their loyalty needed to be verified, and they did not understand the political system and laws of Dionia, so they needed some time to familiarize themselves with it. However, there were not many senior senators in the Senate, so these new senators became the majority. Therefore, the Senate urgently promoted many outstanding mid-level public officials to become senators, such as assists, olivers, matones, geogaries, sexlian, aristocrates, frauquilian, and even matticris, mentadicels, stesicordas, and so on from the Dionia Academy. But at that time, there weren't many elders who had the experience of being a city administrator, and there were many cities within the kingdom that needed to be filled by the elders. For this reason, Divers and Kinagrada had no choice but to mobilize the former mercenary elders to take up the heavy responsibility, volunteering to be the administrators of these new territories, and using the newly promoted elders as assistants. This way, the old elders would learn to govern in practice, and the new elders would understand the workings of the kingdom's system through assistance. Divers believed that this was a win-win situation, and that was why there were many situations like Antonius became the administrator of Naxos, Alexis governed Ennona, and Hyros took over Rockley. Although there were some problems, overall, it was a good way to ensure the stability of the kingdom of Dionia and the good functioning of the political system. Adrianx was also one of the senators who was forced to do more than he could chew. Because of the incident where he became a laughing stock in the Isthmus tournament, he learned from it and strengthened his study of knowledge and culture. He even went to the Dionia Academy to listen to Lysias' eloquence. Therefore, when he became the first governor, he did not ask the Senate to send a new senator from a local town to assist him. Of course, this town that was newly annexed to the kingdom was the easiest to manage. Castellan, a small town next to Turin, had always been influenced by Dionia. Its people admired Dionia, which made Castellan, which had not yet joined Dionia, look like a satellite town of Turin. Therefore, Adrianx successfully governed Castellan for 3 years. His greatest achievement in Castellan was to lay the foundation for Castellan to become a real satellite town of Turin. The other satellite town of Turin was Abyssinia. From the convenience of transportation to the expansion of the port, to letting the people of Castellan join Turin City rugby and football matches, and so on, Adrianx made a lot of efforts. He also wrote several letters to the Senate to apply for the transformation of the tidal flat north of Castellan into a military port, and invited the first fleet of Dionia to settle there. At that time, it coincided with the expansion of the urban area of Turin, and a temporary military port built downstream of the Cretae River for the war in southern Italy was no longer suitable for the fleet to dock. Adrianx took the initiative to provide a place for the fleet, which was equivalent to asking for funds from the Senate to transform the troublesome tidal flat for free. At the same time, he also promoted the development of the port of Castellan and small businesses. Later, due to the continuous expansion of Dionia's territory and the strategic needs of the kingdom, the main force of the First Fleet later moved to the main port of Tarentum. However, the military port of Castellan was still one of the important military ports in the Taranto Bay, so the people of Castellan still remembered his good deeds. Later, Adrianx was transferred to the governor of Heraclea, another great Greek city-state that had long been under his control. It was not difficult for Adrianx to govern, but he was not idle either. During his 3 years in office, he led the people to dredge the river, build bridges, and fill in the swamps. By the time he left, the annual floods suffered by the people of Heraclea had been greatly reduced. Then, he became the governor of Ugentum. Ugentum was a seaport town in the Messapi region, across the sea from Cremissa. Due to the small population in the city and the frequent sea trade with the Greek city-states in Magna Graecia, the people of Ugentum were not as wary of the Greeks as the people of Ordiere. Therefore, Adrianx's administration did not encounter any major problems. He took advantage of Ugentum's geographical location close to the Taranto Bay and Ordiere to vigorously expand the port and build the road to Ordiere, making Ugentum a transit point between Turin and Ordiere because Turin, Ugentum, Ordiere had become the most convenient route, usually only a day's journey, thus bringing benefits to the people of Ugentum. Adrianx's achievements as the governor 3 times were dazzling. The kingdom's officials management committee gave him excellent marks for his administrative work during his tenure, and they also said that he was good at town construction and could improve the lives of the people. However, Enona's situation was more complicated than Castellan, Heraclea, and Eugentum. The Devers were not sure if Adrianx could handle it well. Then, another senator raised his hand. Most of the senators around him had a complicated look on their faces. It was Nicomachus, the senator from Lochley. During the Great Hellenic War, Lochley, as a city-state in Magna Graecia, became an accomplice of Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. It was also rumored that Lochley was once suspected of assassinating the Devers. Therefore, the people of Lochley became the rats on the streets and were spurned by the people of Magna Graecia. After Lochley surrendered to Dionia, in order to stabilize this once powerful Magna Graecia and its allies, several senators with high prestige in the Council of Lochley were elected as senators of Dionia. Nicomachus, who was the first to propose the surrender to Demodorus, was naturally one of them. Nicomachus and Myron stayed in Lochley to assist Helos in governing Lochley. The people of Lochley quickly accepted the rule of Dionia. This was partly due to Nicomachus' efforts. Of course, it was also because the culture of Lochley was compatible with Dionia. Because the people of Lochley regarded Persephone, the wife of Pluto, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, as the patron saints of the city, they had a natural sense of closeness to the people of Dionia. In addition, the harsh laws of Lochley made it easier for the people of Lochley to obey authority. In the 6th year of Dionia, the Devers appointed Nicomachus as the governor of Odrum. Odrum was also a coastal city in the Messapi region. Unlike Eugentum, Odrum was located at the southeast end of the Italian peninsula. Because of the fertile land around it, the town had a large population. Moreover, it was located at the exit of the Adriatic Sea. It was the closest place in the Italian peninsula to the mainland of Greece. 200 miles across the Adriatic Sea was the famous island of Kerkyra. Therefore, Odrum was also the town in the Messapi region most influenced by Greek culture. Sometimes, merchants from Athens and merchants from Pythias, who represented the people of Sparta, could even be seen operating in its port. After the people of Messapi were conquered, Odrum became the second most turbulent city after Ude. This showed how difficult it was to govern. However, within 3 years of Nicomachus taking office, the political situation in Odrum was stable, and the people gradually submitted to him. This showed how capable he was. In fact, the Devers thought that Nicomachus was the best candidate for the governor of Ennona. However, he had stated in advance that he would not appoint a candidate. Therefore, the possibility of Nicomachus being elected was slim because the people of Lochley were not welcomed by the Greek senators. There was another senator who participated in the election. He was from Sicily, but unlike the other Sicilian senators, he came from Syracuse. Chapter 602. When the Devers learned of this, they sent messengers to negotiate. Syracuse was under a low roof and had no choice but to lower its head. How could it dare to disagree? In the end, nearly 3,000 people left Syracuse at once, and the leader was Terrace. These thousands of people did not go to Leontini. Most of them came to Catanae under Terrace's persuasion. At that time, Catanae occupied almost half of the Catanae plains and was short of manpower. Of course, it accepted them without hesitation. As the leader of these 2,000 people, Terrace eventually became a senator of Dionia. However, Terrace did not like to stay with the other senators of Sicily. Instead, he was closer to the former mercenary senators. He used to be an inspector of Turiae and also served in the Ministry of Military Affairs. He was able to put down his pride as a senator and actively participated in the military training in the barracks. In the end, he even became a captain of the Turiae army's reserve team. In the 5th year of Dionia, he became the governor of Nudum. 3 years passed peacefully without any particularly outstanding performance. After all, Nudum was the first Lacanian territory to be incorporated into the Dioria alliance. The successive governors had poured their heart and soul into it. Whether it was the system, agriculture, trade, or public construction, they were all developed well. He only needed to follow the rules. At the end of his term, the evaluation of the kingdom's officials' management committee was good. However, the Devers found that the people of Newdom were actually reluctant to see him leave. This was a little special. One had to know that Terrace had always been in Sicily and did not have the opportunity to interact with the Lacanians. However, he was able to treat the Greeks and Lacanians equally in Newdom. This was especially rare. Therefore, the Devers once again appointed him as the governor of Vigo City. During his term, this characteristic of his was once again displayed in the eyes of the Briti people. Therefore, although he had only left office less than 2 months ago, the Devers still felt that he was a suitable candidate to succeed Nicomachus as the next governor of Annona. What was going on today? The position of the governor of Annona actually attracted 4 outstanding senators to compete for it. This made the Devers even more excited. After confirming the names of the 4 candidates to the elders, Cornelis announced the start of the voting. Each elder cut out a small piece of papyrus they carried with them and wrote down the name of the elder they wanted to vote for. Then, according to the order, they walked to the wooden table in front of Cornelis, where a large ballot box was placed. Supreme Censor Sesta and Supreme Judge Tritodemus stood by the side to supervise, mainly to prevent the elders from cheating. Of course, there were some senators who were illiterate. They would raise their hands, and a keeper and an inspector would come to their side. The keeper would write down the name that the senator whispered on a piece of paper, and the inspector would make sure that he didn't make any mistakes. For an illiterate elder, asking someone else to write on his behalf in front of so many people was actually a very awkward thing. After experiencing it once or twice, they would often take the initiative to find a teacher to learn how to read and write in order to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. For example, most of the former mercenary elders had gotten rid of the title of illiteracy because of this reason. And now, the elders in the hall who could not read Greek were mainly from the Pachetti, who were the latest to enter the Senate. After the votes were tallied, the one with the most votes was Adrianx, followed by Terrace, then Myron, and finally Nicomachus. This was completely in line with the Devers' prediction. Without his secret interference, the former mercenary elders, as the largest group of the elders, would mostly vote for their comrade Adrianx, who was on good terms with everyone. As for Nicomachus, even after 10 years, the resentment of the other elders of the Greek cities towards the Locrians had not completely disappeared. Otherwise, the difference in votes between him and the other 3 wouldn't be so great. It was completely out of line with his ability. The Devers sighed and looked at Nicomachus, but there was no dejection on his face. It was obvious that he had expected this. When the Devers announced that Adrianx would be the new chief executive of Annona, he stood up and expressed his gratitude to the Devers. At the same time, he also expressed his gratitude to the other elders. According to the requirements of the Senate and the itinerary from Turiae to Annona, Adrianx had to arrive in Annona within 8 days to take up his post. This time frame wasn't too tight, but it wasn't too generous either. Before he left, he still had to go to the palace to listen to some of the suggestions that the king, the Devers, had given him, as well as some tasks and requirements. At the same time, he had to understand the details of Annona from the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Military Affairs, the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Commerce, and other important officials of the kingdom. Of course, he could also make some requests to the Devers and the various ministers, such as applying for some funds or transferring a few middle and lower-level officials from various departments that he felt were trustworthy. Whether or not he would be able to do so depended on whether the Devers and the ministers agreed to it. Finally, he had to obtain a letter of office with the king's seal and signature before he could leave. Otherwise, when he arrived in Annona, without an official document, the local officials wouldn't listen to his commands. Although the Devers didn't think that Adrianx was the most suitable candidate to be the chief executive of Annona, Adrianx's performance over the past 10 years had already exceeded their expectations and given them many surprises. Therefore, they still had high expectations for his future performance. "Sirs, does anyone else have an important proposal to make?" Cornelis asked loudly. No one in the hall responded, and the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. The Devers waited for a while before getting ready to return to the palace. Over the years, he had gradually begun to separate the internal affairs of the kingdom from the various bills that the Senate reviewed, passed, and established Ionia, and transferred them to the palace to handle. Other than the election of new senators, the election of important officials, the discussion of important bills, the establishment of new bills, wars, foreign affairs, and other important matters, he would attend the great assembly hall to make the final decision. Other than that, he would spend the rest of his time in the office of the palace, handling the complicated affairs of the kingdom. When the Devers left, senators like Marigi, Merces, and Felicius, who held important positions in the kingdom, would also get up and leave for the palace to handle their affairs. This was because there was no telling when the Devers would send someone to ask them about one of the matters that they were in charge of. Laodigian anxiously nudged Antonios, who was beside him, with his hand, signaling for him to get up and speak. However, Antonios remained seated. Seeing that the Devers had already stood up, Laodigian couldn't help but stand up abruptly. "Your Majesty, I have a proposal to make. Please wait a moment." Antonios hurriedly turned his head and warned him in a low voice. "Laodigian, didn't I tell you not to mention this today? Sit down." Laodigian ignored him and remained standing. The Devers revealed a playful expression and slowly sat down. "What important proposal does Lord Laodigian have to say?" "Your Majesty, the new chief executive of Annona has just been elected," Laodigian said anxiously. Laodigian said anxiously, "Why not take this opportunity to elect a new chief executive of Naxos? Lord Strompoli's term ends in 4 days." "Laodigian, what do you mean by that? Strompoli hasn't returned yet, and you want to elect the next chief executive of Naxos?" Tritodmos shouted in dissatisfaction. As they were both from Amendalara and had worked together for so many years, he had a good relationship with Strompoli. Seeing that Tritodmos was unhappy, Laodigian immediately explained with a smile, "Lord Tritodmos, didn't Lord Strompoli write to the Senate that he will not run for the position of the next chief executive of Naxos? We can choose a successor here and hand it over to him as soon as possible. That way, he can leave Naxos in peace. He has worked so hard for 3 years. There have been many such examples in the past. Lord Laodigian is quite concerned about his hometown. His plan is very thoughtful." Before Tritodmos could speak, the Devers interrupted with a smile. "But even if Strompoli leaves Naxos for 10 or 20 days, Naxos will not have a chief executive. There are still a few deputy executives. Naxos will not be in any trouble, so you don't have to be too anxious." "Your Majesty, you're right." Laodigian braced himself and said, It's just that if we can shorten this period of time, wouldn't it be safer?" "You're right." The Devers nodded and suddenly laughed. "Safer? But what is safer?" Antonios, who had been paying attention to the Devers, felt a little uneasy. Laodigian was stunned by the strange question of the Devers and did not know how to answer for a moment. "Lord Laodigian, as a senator, you should look at the whole kingdom, not just your hometown." The Devers' tone was very light, but he usually addressed the senators by their names. It was rare for him to use the honorific lord like this, so the senators in the hall all felt that something was wrong. The Devers then said in a serious tone, "The election of the new chief executive of Naxos will wait for Strompoli to return. If Strompoli has something important to deal with, we can even approve him to postpone his term. All right, that's all." After that, the Devers no longer paid attention to Laodigian. Before leaving his seat, he cast a meaningful glance at Antonios, which made the latter's heart beat wildly. His Majesty should know about that. Chapter 603. The two races, who originally shared the same ancestor, had an irreconcilable hatred for each other because of the river. When the Pachetti, under the leadership of King Tremoni, put aside their old prejudices and formed an alliance with the Masapi, the Pachetti's power grew rapidly. They quickly recaptured the city of Canusian, which they had lost previously. They even crossed the Orfanto River several times to invade the lands on the north bank. While the Downey people were worried about their increasingly powerful opponents in the south, shocking news came from the south 6 years ago. The Pachetti, their mortal enemy, was defeated by a kingdom called Dionia, and their king, Tremoni, was killed in battle. A few years later, the vast territory of the Pacetti had completely changed owners. Although the Downey people knew that Dionia was a powerful kingdom and that the whole of southern Italy was its territory, they had always been calm about it. Some of the Downey people even considered the Dionia as their friends, because Dionia had fought the Pacetti many times in the past and even defeated the Messapi coalition 7 years ago. However, when the Dionia conquered the Pacetti and expanded their territory to the south bank of the Orfanto River, the Downey people finally panicked. When the Downey ambassador entered the Grand Hall of Turii, the king of Dionia received him warmly and readily agreed to sign a 2-year peace treaty with the Downey people. The Downey people put down their worries and spent the next 2 years in peace. When they proposed to renew the treaty again, this time, the Senate of Dionia made a request. They wanted the Downey people to give the land on the north bank of the Orfanto River to Dionia. The reason was that the Pacetti people had always insisted that the land originally belonged to them, but was later seized by the Downey people. Now that the Pacetti people had become a part of the kingdom of Dionia, Dionia had a reason to seek justice for its citizens. Of course, the Downey people could not agree to this request, so the renewal of the treaty failed, the negotiations broke down, and the war broke out. As a Pacetti, the changes that Elims had experienced and witnessed over the years were far greater than what he had experienced in the first half of his peaceful life. More than 10 years ago, King Tremoni launched the largest attack on the Downey people, but suffered a crushing defeat and lost the important town of Canusian on the south bank of the Orfanto River. That was the most difficult period that Elims had ever experienced. Not only was there a lack of food, but he also had to worry about the Downey people's further invasion. Fortunately, Tremoni recognized the reality and took the initiative to sign a truce with the Downey people, and soon formed an alliance with Messapi. Not only did they obtain half of Brindisi city, but they also defeated the Tarentum army. Just when Elims and his comrades thought that their good days were coming, the army of Dionia appeared. In the Battle of the Amlern Hills, Elims and his comrades were defeated by the Dionia people, even though they had the geographical advantage. Although the losses were not great, they made the brave people fear Dionia and forced the Messapi people to sign a truce with Tarentum. Only then did the Dionia people leave Apria. Both the Pacetti people and the Messapi people breathed a sigh of relief. In the following years, with the help of the Messapi people and the nourishment of Brindisi's sea trade, the Pacetti people gradually recovered their strength. King Tremoni could not wait to launch another war against the Downey people. Elims also picked up his weapon and went to the battlefield. This time, they won and recaptured the city of Canusian, driving the Downey people back to the north bank of the Orfanto River. Just as Tremoni was about to lead the army to continue to attack the north bank of the Orfanto River, the Messapi people sent messengers, inviting their king to send troops to attack Tarentum. It turned out that Tarentum foolishly tore up the alliance with Dionia and even sent troops to attack Dionia. As a result, they suffered a crushing defeat, and almost all the soldiers who went to the expedition did not manage to escape. Moreover, the Dionia people were attacked by another force that was stronger than them, and it was hard to say whether they could win or not. Even the ordinary people thought that this was a great opportunity. So, of course, King Tremoni readily agreed to the Messapi people's proposal. When the news spread, Elims and his compatriots cheered. After all, the Tarentum people were much easier to defeat than the Downey people, and they were also richer than the Downey people. Elims once again went to war with the army. As expected, the Messapi people easily occupied a large area of Tarentum's land and advanced to the city of Tarentum. Although besieging the city was a headache, they had 40,000 troops, and there were not many Tarentum soldiers in the city. Elims saw with his own eyes that there were even old people and young people on the city wall as soldiers to defend against their attack. When Elims and his comrades saw this situation, they were confident that they could eventually take down the city of Tarentum. However, after more than 10 days of continuous attacks, the city of Tarentum still stood firm. Especially in the end, a strange phenomenon occurred. Every time the attack reached dusk, they felt that the Tarantum people were almost unable to resist. Many times, the soldiers of the Misapi people rushed to the top of the city wall, but by the next day, the defenders at the top of the city wall seemed to have changed, full of fighting spirit and strength. At this time, there was also a news in the camp that the people of Dionia had completely defeated their enemy, and someone saw a messenger from Dionia enter the main tent of the Misapi people. Elams later learned that the messenger came to give an ultimatum, asking them to withdraw immediately because Tarantum had become a free city of Dionia. Until now, Elams had no idea what a free city was, but he knew that King Tremoni and the Archons of Misapi must have been very unwilling to give up. That was why they launched a large-scale siege the next day. However, the number of guards at the top of the city wall of Tarantum had almost doubled. The final result was, of course, a failure. The actions of the Misapi people obviously angered the people of Dionia, and soon the next day, bad news came. Their joint fleet was attacked by the Dionian navy in the Taranto Bay, and only 5 warships escaped from the battlefield. King Tremoni and the Misapi people finally decided to retreat before the army of Dionia returned to Turii. When the news came, Elams and his comrades breathed a sigh of relief. They were tired of constantly climbing the city wall, but they could not fight the enemy face to face. Deep down, they did not want to fight the terrible people of Dionia. In the next few years, Elams lived a very peaceful life, except for occasionally crossing the river with the tribal leaders to attack the daily people. But he knew that King Tremoni and the big shots were not comfortable. Although Dionia had always maintained that they did not offend Pacetti, they had repeatedly refused the request of Pacetti and the Misapi messenger to form an alliance or sign a friendly agreement with Dionia. Elams could clearly feel the uneasiness of the tribal leaders. Not only did they summon the people for military training more often, but they even forced people like him, who were over 35 years old and had begun to decline, to participate. The judgment of the king and the leaders was not wrong. For years after the siege of Tarantum, Dionia declared war on Pacetti and Misapi. The reason for the declaration of war was to seek justice for the two races for tearing up the armistice agreement and joining forces to attack Tarantum. Elams was amused every time he thought about it. Didn't Tarantum also tear up the armistice agreement and attack Dionia? Dionia actually wanted to seek justice for Tarantum. But thinking about it, Tarantum had become a city of the kingdom of Dionia. Of course, the people of Dionia could only target their revenge on Pacetti and Misapi, who were still independent. Elams, who was almost 40 years old, was inspired by the slogan "Defend the Homeland," like his former comrades, so he picked up a shield and spear again and rushed to the front line. After a period of preparation, rendezvous, marching, reconnaissance, small-scale battles, the Misapi coalition finally decided to fight the people of Dionia in the territory of Brindisi. Elams would never forget the scene of that day. The Misapi coalition had indeed made careful preparations in the past few years. The number of soldiers was as high as 60,000. It was a huge army that Elams had never seen in his life. The soldiers lined up from north to south, stretching as far as the eye could see. On the opposite side, the number of Dionia soldiers was even more, and they were all wearing the same armor and weapons. They stood there quietly like hard black reefs by the sea, daunting. The warriors of Pacetti and Misapi were never good at defense, so when the horn was blown, everyone roared and charged forward. Then, waves and waves of arrows came from the opposite side, as if there would be no end to it. Then came the more powerful rain of javelins. Elams watched as his comrades around him were shot and fell to the ground. The originally thick army formation was shot with holes, like the bark of a tree that had been bitten by insects and ants. Then he heard the enemy roar in unison and began to charge. Like the dark clouds before a storm, he was so nervous that he almost stopped breathing, and his palms were sweaty. The two armies collided and engaged in a bloody battle. The young and vigorous warriors of the Pacetti army at the front of the formation constantly attacked the steel formation built by the soldiers of Dionia with their blood and courage. However, like the raging reefs of the sea, their efforts were in vain. After more than half an hour, The Dionia army did not move, but they were slowly retreating. Elms, who was in the rear, could hear from the noisy killing sounds that most of the screams came from the mouths of the Pacetti soldiers, so he was terrified. Chapter 604. He was glad that he did not blindly follow some people into Brindisi at that time, but fled north to his hometown, because within a few days, Brindisi had fallen. Later, he heard that during the battle, more legions of Dionia appeared from both flanks and circled around the Messapi and Pacetti legions. The cavalry of the Mekpo alliance was also defeated by the 2 cavalry legions of Dionia. From the beginning to the end, the Mekpo alliance had no chance of winning at all, and they were almost completely surrounded and annihilated. It was said that at the end of the battle, King Tremoni shouted, "Devers of Dionia, do you dare to fight me? Do you dare to fight me?" He led his elite guards to the center of the Dionia army where the royal flag was, but they were surrounded by the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, and all of them died in battle. Hearing the news of the king's death, Helms could not help but sigh. He believed that the Pacetti soldiers who had experienced that battle would not have the courage to fight against the Dionia. The Pacetti people spent the next 2 years in fear. Because of the matter of who would succeed the new king, several important towns and tribes in Pacetti were in constant dispute, and there were even many small battles. During this process, news came from the south from time to time. Manduria has been captured by the Dionia. Ugentum has surrendered to Dionia. Odrum has been captured. Udi has been captured. Helms, who was already in his 40s, knew that the Dionia would soon set foot on the territory of Pacetti, and with the current chaos in the territory, it was impossible to stop the Legion of Dionysia from advancing, even for a moment. Sure enough, when the Legion of Dionysia poured into Pacetti one by one, the Pacetti, who claimed to be fiercer than the Messapi, performed much worse than the Messapi. Bolera surrendered, Silvium surrendered, Barium surrendered, Venusia surrendered, and finally Canusian, where Helms lived, also surrendered. In less than 4 months, the Dionia had completely conquered the entire territory of Pacetti, but this was not a bad thing. Too many people had died in Pacetti. Helms and the other people watched with mixed feelings as the heavily armed soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia escorted the new ruler of the city into the city. Then, the people of Dionia gathered the people of Canusian in the square. Agathia was the name of the governor of Canusian. He first comforted the people of Canusian not to be afraid, because they were already citizens of Dionia and would be protected by the laws of Dionia. No one would dare to hurt them. Then, he began to read the new decree of the kingdom of Dionia, the content of which was still remembered by Helms. All the tribes of Pacetti in the territory of Canusian must be disbanded. Every Canusian will have independent freedom. Other than being under the jurisdiction of the administration of Dionia and obeying the laws of the kingdom of Dionia, you will no longer be governed by any other organization. You will obtain land that truly belongs to you, and you will only have to pay 1% tax every year. Other than military service, no one will force you to do any additional labor. At that time, Helms, like everyone else, thought he had heard wrongly. However, the next move of the people of Dionia proved that they were not empty words. They issued an official document to all the tribes in the territory of Canusian. First, they asked the tribes to hand over the land they occupied and hand it over to the city hall for redistribution. Second, they asked all the people to register at the city hall registry. Helms knew how much shock this official document had caused to the tribes in Canusian. In just 3 days, there were 6 riots and disturbances in the territory of Canusian, but they were quickly quelled by the powerful Dionysian army. Batches of leaders and nobles who led the riots were escorted to the square to be beheaded. It was like this for a few days in a row. People were killed and blood was everywhere. The same scene was happening in other Pacetti towns. This bloody massacre had also killed the courage of the Pacetti people. Due to the continuous riots in the Messapi tribes during the process of Dionia's conquest of Messapi, the Devers and the Senate realized that the Messapi were different from the Lacanians and the Briti. Moreover, the strong strength of Dionia had given the Devers enough confidence to make them decide not to use the subtle and slow method of disintegrating the indigenous tribes. Instead, They would cut the Gordian knot and completely eliminate the Pacheti people who were more distant from the influence of Greek culture than the ferocious Misapi people and had the possibility of rebelling against the rule of Dionia. Obviously, the Devers had overestimated the ferocity of the Pacheti people. Not long after the riots were quelled, the leaders of the Pacheti tribes rushed to the city hall to pledge their loyalty, including the leader of Helm's tribe. A few days later, Helms and his family, who had been registered as citizens of Dionia, were given a new piece of land. Helms, who had lived in a tribe for the first half of his life, felt lost and a little excited at the same time. He was lost because he had suddenly lost the support of his tribe. He felt a little frightened and helpless. He was excited because he was free from the constraints of his tribe. He felt a sense of freedom. As a tribal warrior, he originally owned land, but he only needed to pay a small tax every year for the newly acquired land, and he was exempted from taxes for the next 3 years. The law of 3 years of tax exemption reduced the dissatisfaction of the Pacheti people towards Dionia. More than 2 years had passed under the rule of Dionia, and the city of Canusian had changed a lot. The only thing that had not changed was the Lycaean temple, which was still standing in the city. Every year, many people still went there to worship, but the number was decreasing. More and more people began to worship Hades from Greece, and his temple was not far from the Lycaean temple. Because the priests of the temple of Hades could treat the people's illnesses for free, and they had good medical skills, they were also willing to help their believers who were in trouble. Compared to the priests of the Lycaean temple, they were much more approachable. The young people of Canusian, including Helm's children, were fond of the rugby and soccer games invented by the people of Dionia. During the slack season, they played from morning to night in the open space inside and outside the city. In order to play these games, they also actively learned Greek because their coaches were all from Dionia across the Taranto Bay. These Dionia people were the new recruits of the Legion who had participated in the conquest of Misapi and Pacheti in recent years. They were allocated land in Canusian by the Senate, and they settled down there. In the beginning, they were ostracized, resisted, and even had disputes and conflicts. However, as time went by, they were gradually accepted by the Pacheti people. First, they relied on the popular ball games in southern Italy, and second, on military training. Under the city hall's decree, the young men of Pacheti had to participate in military training, and it was these new soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who trained them to fight and fight alongside them. Their friendship was nurtured during the training that happened once every 7 days. For Helms, the most attractive thing to him was the food of Dionia. In the past 2 years, Helms's farmland on the Orfando River had a good harvest. Since he did not have to pay taxes, he kept enough for his own use and sold the rest of the grain in the city's market. At the same time, he would sell a few sheep that he raised every year to Christoya's restaurant in the city. The price was not low. Because of this, Helms, who had money, was often dragged by his former comrades to Christoya's restaurant for small gatherings. They drank cool beer, ate delicious food, and reminisced about the joy of fighting in the past. They complained about the changes that had happened today, and they never got tired of it. In fact, in the depths of their hearts, they admitted that today's comfortable life was much better than 2 years ago. Just as they were drinking, cursing Dionia, and looking forward to the future, a piece of news shook the peaceful Canusian city. Dionia had declared war on the Downey. The Pacheti were happy to fight the Downey. After all, they had been enemies for decades. However, Helms, who had just enjoyed 2 years of peace, and some of the older Pacheti, were worried that the war would cause the Pacheti, who had experienced many wars and had a sharp decline in population, to bleed again. It turned out that they were thinking too much. When a mighty army marched in from the south and built a huge military camp not far from Canusian city, Elam knew that the Pacheti would have nothing to do with the rest of the war. The Pacheti were a little unhappy. Some of the young men ran to the city hall or the training camp outside the city to protest, asking to join the war against the Downey. Under the organization of the city hall, Helms and some other citizens set up a temporary market near the military camp to sell the daily necessities of the soldiers. The Canusians, who used to be brave and fierce, began to have a sense of business. Perhaps this was the biggest change in mindset for Helms and the others in the past 2 years. Helm's stall was near the entrance of the temporary market. It was a very good spot, and he managed to get it because he woke up early this morning. Just as he was thinking about it, deafening cheers came from the military camp. Helms was instantly refreshed. Based on yesterday's experience, this should be the end of the soldiers' training. Instantly, the peddlers in the entire market stopped chatting and strolling around. They were busy arranging their goods neatly on their stalls. Grapes, olives, boiled beef and mutton, syrup, bread, salted fish, cloth, ironware. Helms and his wife had just finished arranging their goods when they saw a group of soldiers rushing into the market. "Adoris, this is the shop I told you about. It's the very tasty syrup shop." A few soldiers stood in front of Helm's stall, surrounding a young man who was about 18 or 19 years old. Chapter 605. 1. Opal. Helms gestured and said in stiff Greek. The young man took out a drachma from his money pouch and threw it to Helms. He then crouched down and picked up a wooden tube. It was a simple wooden cup made from hollowed out, polished, and painted from a tree trunk as thick as a fist. The cup was filled with milky white water, and it felt heavy in his hand. The young man didn't mind its simplicity. He first took a small sip. After tasting it, he was surprised. The taste is very good. You mix sheep's milk and grape juice in the milk. You should also add honey, but this sheep's milk doesn't have any smell. How did you do it? The young man who spoke was Adoris, the adopted son of King Devers of Dionia. He was already 18 years old, and this was his first time participating in the war against Dionia as a soldier. Although he was not interested in cooking, he had some experience in this area after tasting food at home all year round. Helms pretended not to understand and looked down to find change. Adoris did not ask any more questions. He took out another drachma and threw it to him. "Stop looking. Give me 10 cups of water." He looked around and said, "Brothers, you've been training hard. It's my treat. Drink some water to quench your thirst." His teammates immediately cheered. "Thank you, Adoris. Generous Adoris." Helms and his wife quickly filled the wooden cups with water and handed them to the thirsty soldiers. "I say, Prince, don't just treat your teammates to water. There's still us. We're thirsty too." A soldier shouted not far from the entrance of the market. "Prince." Helms looked at the young man in front of him curiously. In his memory, the one with the title of Prince was Vidarka, the son of the former king of Pusiti, Tremoni. Tremoni died in the Battle of Brindisi, and his direct tribal warriors were almost all killed. After the battle, the royal family's strength was greatly reduced, and Pusiti was in chaos. Vidarka had the title of prince, but he could not become the new king because he did not have the support of any major tribes. After the invasion of Dionia, Vidarka took his family and fled to Epirus on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The young man in front of him was tall and sturdy, with large eyes and thick eyebrows. Unfortunately, the remaining childishness on his face covered his might. Helms did not know if the title of prince was real or fake. Adonis turned around and scolded, "Amphias, if you shout again, I'll make sure you don't drink water today." The soldier wasn't afraid. He replied with a smile, "As long as you're treating, I won't shout." Adoris glared at him, but there was nothing he could do. Back then, after the War of Southern Italy, Dionia had almost completely occupied Greece. Due to the situation and the fact that they had no choice but to rely on Dionia, they were able to rebuild their new city and regain their former prosperity. In the end, the people chose to join the kingdom of Dionia. Lysias, Myron, and the other respected counselors of Crotone were elected to become Dionia's senators. Amphias was Lysias' son. He followed his father to Tulliae and became Adoris's classmate in Tulliae Academy. When Adoris became an adult, he did not want to be taken care of too much, so he asked the Devers to join Legio IV, which was centered around Crotone. He thought that no one would recognize him. Who would have thought that he would run into Amphias in the 4th Legion? It turned out that this guy did not register himself as a citizen of Tulliae after reaching adulthood. Instead, he chose to live in Crotone, which exposed Adoris' identity. Adoris understood Amphie's shameless personality. He looked around the market, turned around, and pointed at the jar beside the stall. "How much is this jar of syrup?" Elam's heart raced. He quickly replied, 2 drachmas. "You have 15 jars here. I'll buy them all. Give any comrade who comes here a cup of syrup to drink." "Can you do that?" Adoris said straightforwardly. At the same time, he counted 30 drachmas from his money pouch. "Yes, yes." Elams nodded repeatedly. An even louder cheer sounded in the market. "Long live Prince Adoris." There was a sudden shout in the midst of the cheers. "That damned Amphius!" Adoris was so angry that his teeth itched. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, Amphias just told me that I'll treat you all to syrup today. When we return to Turin, he'll treat everyone to beer." "I didn't." Amphias was about to argue, but the soldiers were already shouting excitedly, "Amphias, I didn't expect you to be more generous than Adoris. Amphias, we can't wait to go to the battlefield and win. Then we'll go home and drink your beer." Laughter continued in the market. Elams was busy passing syrup to these young soldiers, while lamenting that these young soldiers were fearless and did not know the cruelty of war. It reminded him of his own youth. In the central tent of Dionia's military camp, Alexis, the commander of the army in charge of the attack on Dione, was puzzled by a letter from the Devers. The reason was that at the end of the letter, the Devers wrote, "On the north bank of the Orfanto River, where a glorious battle once took place in history, I hope that you will also obtain a glorious victory that will not lose out to your predecessors." Alexis thought about it carefully, but he could not remember any great battle that had taken place in this area. He asked the adjutant who had graduated with honors from the Turin Academy, "Matthias, do you know of any fierce battles that took place near the Orfanto River in the past?" Matthias, the eldest son of Bagul, thought for a moment and immediately replied, "I don't know. Could it be that there was a battle that took place here a long time ago that was not recorded, and that His Majesty, as a chosen one, knew about it through Hades' enlightenment?" Alexis could only think of it this way. The encouragement in the Devers' letter gave him a sense of ambition. Of course, he didn't know that the glorious battle mentioned by Daves didn't actually happen in the past. Instead, it happened in the history of his previous life. About 10 miles to the east of Dionia's military camp, there is a place called Cannae, where the Carthaginian army was stationed. The great commander Hannibal led 50,000 troops to cross the river and engaged in a battle with the 80,000 Roman troops. Through his ingenious formation, he eventually defeated the Roman troops with a numerical disadvantage and annihilated them, creating one of the most glorious battles in the history of ancient Western warfare. This gave the Devers the urge to personally lead this battle and compete with Hannibal. In the end, he gave up. After all, the difference between Cannae and the Rome of his previous life was too great, and it was not worth his time to personally lead the battle. Divers, who wasn't very knowledgeable about history, didn't know that in the following decades in the history of his previous life, there was another battle that happened south of the city of Osculum, northwest of the north bank of the Orfanto River. It was also quite famous, the Battle of Asculum. King Pyrrhus of Epirus led his army and fought a second battle with the Romans. Although he won in the end, he suffered heavy losses. This made Pyrrhus think that he didn't want to fight the Romans again. In the end, he led his army to leave Italy and went to Sicily. Commander Amyntas has arrived. Commander Olivers has arrived. Commander Geogres has arrived. Commander Leds has arrived. The guards outside the big tent kept calling out the names of the people. After several commanders entered the tent, they saluted Alexis and sat down. "Commanders." Alexis sat on the main seat and solemnly said to them, "We have been stationed here for 7 days. The various legions, auxiliary forces, and military supplies have all arrived. The Dawnies have also gathered on the other side of the river, so I have decided to cross the river tomorrow and attack the enemy. We should have attacked long ago. Staying here for so long is suffocating our soldiers." Amyntas immediately raised his hands in agreement. "Lord Amyntas, I think you're the one who is suffocating." Olivers beside him laughed. "Olivers, you dare to make fun of me? Let's have a football game in the afternoon. The First Legion versus the Legion 4. You and I will be the quarterbacks. Whoever loses will have to do a round of leapfrog around the training field. Do you dare? Amintas loudly challenged. It's not that I don't dare. Oliver's tactfully refused. We are leaving tomorrow, and we still have to assign missions to the legions in the afternoon. We don't have time for a game. Find a reason. Amintas softly spat. He knew that Oliver's had a point, so he didn't insist. Commander, will the Dawnies stop us when we cross the river tomorrow? Geogres asked cautiously. Very likely. Alexis straightforwardly replied. According to the reports from the north, although the Dawnies king is unwilling to go out of the city to fight, the leaders of Asculum, Sipontum, Herdonii, and many other towns and cities are determined to stop us from crossing the Dawnies' territory. That is why they encouraged their king to gather his army on the other side of the river. They have fewer soldiers than us, and relying on the river to increase their advantage will increase their advantage. They will not let go of this advantage so easily, so it is very likely that they will form a formation on the other side of the river to stop us from crossing. If that is the case, we will leave the camp early in the morning and cross the river as quickly as possible. I believe that the Dawnies' army is not as fast as the Legion of Dionysia. By the time they reach the other side, we will have already crossed the river, Oliver suggested. Chapter 606. Alexis looked at them and said solemnly, So I've decided to slow down the formation of the legions tomorrow morning. We'll wait for the Dawnies to reach the other side of the Orfanto River, then we'll fight them on the way and defeat them in one fell swoop. I agree with Eli. Commander's plan. I've crossed this river many times in the past 2 days. Although it's a bit wide, the water isn't deep. It's at most knee-deep. The current isn't too fast, and the bottom of the river is relatively solid. Even if the Dawnies block us in the river, it'll be enough for our heavy infantry to do their best. Amintas expressed his agreement. The other commanders also agreed. Alexis continued, Commanders, take a look. This is the place where we'll cross the river tomorrow. The commanders quickly gathered around and looked at the map on the table. The place that Alexis was pointing at was less than a mile away from the barracks. They had all surveyed the terrain and knew that the 2 banks of the river 3 or 4 miles east of that place were low and flat, mostly mudflats. Because of the hot summer sun, the silt on the banks had long dried up and solidified, which was very beneficial for the army to march in formation. Commander Amintas, your 1st Legion will be in formation here. Alexis moved her finger to the east and said, Since your 1st Legion is the strongest and has the most veterans, I'll arrange for you to be in the middle. I hope that the 1st Legion won't advance too quickly. You have to stay in contact with the military on the left and right flanks. The troops that Amintas had led were known for their ferocious attacks. However, as an experienced general of Dionia, he knew what was important and immediately nodded. Commander Olivers, your Legio 4 will be on the left flank of the 1st Legion. Commander Geogres, your Legio V will be on the right flank of the 1st Legion. There are too many new soldiers in your army. I hope that during the crossing of the river, the commanders at all levels will be able to keep the emotions of the soldiers under control and not cause any chaos. Alexis pointed at the map as she reminded them. Don't worry, Lord Commander. Although many of the soldiers have just joined the army from the reserve team, they have gone through river crossing training many times in the training camp. Also, the lowest-ranking team officer, i.e., squad leader, is a veteran who has participated in more than 4 battles. There won't be any problems. Olivers immediately guaranteed. Geogres also chimed in from the side. Although the 5th Legion that he led was mainly made up of Brutty people, the Brutty civil strife during the Southern Italian War and the cleanup after the war had wiped out the dissident Brutty people. After 10 years, the Brutty people had basically integrated into the kingdom. Moreover, the recruits in the Legion had spent their childhood in Dionia after the Brutty was integrated into Dionia. Most of them had studied in the schools established by Dionia in the various towns of the Brutty. They were deeply influenced by the culture of Dionia. Other than their appearance, they were not much different from the main ethnic group of Dionia, the Greeks. As for why there were so many new recruits in the army, this question had to be answered after the Southern Italian War. At that time, the biggest achievement of Dionia after the victory was to occupy all of Greece and the eastern coast of Sicily. After recruiting the civil militia and settling the citizens of the city-states that had merged into the kingdom, there was still a large amount of empty land left. At that time, the Senate had even passed a number of temporary bills, allowing the preparatory citizens and registered freedmen to be allocated land first. Only the amount of tax they had to pay was different, and after they had reached the age limit, they would be granted official citizenship. At that time, there was a Corinth War in Greece, and in Asia Minor, Sparta was still leading the coalition army to fight with Persia. The continuation of the war caused the number of refugees in the Greek world to increase. Under the deliberate guidance of Dionia, most of the refugees flocked to Greece, so there was enough manpower. However, most of the laws of Dionia were for official citizens, but during that period, the number of registered freedmen increased rapidly, and most of them needed 6 or 7 years to become official citizens, which brought a lot of trouble to the governance. Due to practical needs, as well as diverse strategic planning for the kingdom, he launched a war against the Messapi and Pacheti in the autumn of the 4th year of Dionysia. After the Battle of Brindisi, he replaced the legions with a large number of reserve citizens and freedmen recruits. This was to shorten the length of time they had to become citizens through military exploits. At the same time, it was also to prevent the older generation of citizens from becoming big landlords due to their excessive military exploits. This would cause the gap between the rich and the poor in the kingdom to widen after the establishment of the kingdom. However, the situation was slightly different this time around. This was because many of the new recruits had grown up in the Alliance of Dionia ever since the establishment of the Alliance of Dionia. This batch of new citizens of Dionia had received military training since they were young, and although they were new recruits, their military skills were not low. This was also where the confidence of the commanders of the army came from. Lads, your cavalry division will be divided equally between the two sides of the formation. You will be responsible for driving away and defeating the cavalry of the Daunians. Alexis continued to arrange her attack plan. Understood. Lads nodded in response. There were currently 4 cavalry divisions in the kingdom of Dionia. The headquarters of the 1st Cavalry Division was located in Thurii. The headquarters of the 2nd Cavalry Division was located in Gramentum. The headquarters of the Legio III Division was located in Catane, and the headquarters of the Legio IV Division was located in Brindisi. In terms of the quality of the cavalry, the 4th Cavalry Division should be the strongest because most of them were made up of Pacheti and Messapi people. However, these two territories had only been incorporated into the Kingdom of Dionia for 6 years. With the rebellious and unruly nature of these two races, and the fact that they were cavalry, if they disobeyed orders in battle, they would be punished according to military law. The most severe punishment would be beheading, and the lightest punishment would be flogging. This would probably cause a lot of trouble for the two territories that had just been stabilized. After much consideration, the Devers decided to send the 1st Cavalry Division to participate in the battle. Therefore, the Cavalry Division had the least number of new recruits, so Alexis didn't say anything else. When the entire formation starts to cross the river, I will gather all the cannons and crossbows behind you to bombard the Daunians on the other side of the river. This will disrupt their formation and for your attack. Alexis's words made the commanders feel completely relieved. What if the Daunians don't even fight and stop us from crossing the river? Georges asked. Then we can easily cross the river and take down their cities one by one. Amintas answered for Alexis. Back then, the Devers forcefully detained nearly 2,000 engineers and craftsmen under Dionysius. Later on, they forced Syracuse to send their families to Dionia. In the end, they left them in Thurii. Because of this, Dionia's metalsmithing, construction, woodworking, and other crafts suddenly improved by a lot. Later on, during the conquest of Messapi and Pacheti, with their help, the Legion of Dionysia successfully took down cities one after another. Therefore, when it came to sieging a city, the Legion of Dionysia was now very confident. The newly built Dionia barracks near Canusium were made up of the barracks of several legions. There was a main road that ran from west to east through the barracks. After the commanders returned to their respective barracks, they immediately gathered their captains for a discussion. The captains of the First Legion were heading towards the Legion commander's tent through the main road. In front of them, groups of soldiers who were returning to their barracks walked past. When they saw the senior officers, they all stopped and saluted to show their respect. Only one soldier saluted, but his gaze was evasive. He didn't make a sound and hurriedly left after saluting. The captains of the First Legion acted as if they didn't see anything. Only when the soldiers were far away did the 1st Battalion Captain Tessus turn around and say with a mischievous smile, "Patroclus, you sure are impressive. Even our Dionysia's prince is afraid of you. Look at him just now. He doesn't even dare to look you in the eye." I say, "Tessus, our Dionysia's prince is the descendant of Hades. Why would he be afraid of Patroclus? He's acting out of respect for his future brother-in-law." Another battalion captain joked, "You're mistaken. Prince Adoris is only the adopted son of His Majesty the Devers. The same goes for his sister. However, His Majesty treats them like his own children." Tessus quickly corrected him. "Is that so? The older generation of Dionysia's citizens know about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask this kid. He knows these things the best." Tessus pointed at Patroclus. "Brothers, Legion Commander Amyntas has urgently summoned us for a discussion. We're just chatting here. If we're late, he'll beat us up." Patroclus quickly changed the topic. "It's fine. We're not afraid of Sir Amyntas' roar." Tessus looked indifferent. "Tessus, you might not be afraid, but we are," cried the captain next to him. Tessus chuckled and said to the youngest among the 8, "Patroclus, you're going to have a different identity after marrying His Majesty's daughter. Don't forget to help us brothers." The others agreed with his words. Chapter 607. That's true. Although His Majesty holds the title of king, he has always been with us through thick and thin. That's why he has won our respect. One of the captains said sincerely, "I say, Tessus, do you still need Patroclus' help? If you had been promoted, you could have gone to Sicily, Massapi, or Pacetti to be a legion commander a few years ago. Why do you insist on occupying the position of the 1st captain of the 1st Legion? We can't even have a taste of what it's like to be the 1st captain." Another captain said half-jokingly and half-discontentedly. The others felt the same way. "Isn't it good for me to vacate the position of Legion commander to you? You really don't appreciate my kindness." Tessus pretended to be angry and turned to look at Patroclus. "When you hold your wedding, you must invite me to attend. I will invite all my brothers to attend the wedding, and I will also bring Cynthia to toast to you," Patroclus said in a flattering manner, but received the unanimous thanks of the other captains. In the main tent of Legio 4, after Oliver's finished arranging the tasks, he left the 4th captain, Alendas, alone. Alendas was a citizen of Crotone. Since Crotone voluntarily merged into the Kingdom of Dionia, Crotone had also become the jurisdiction of Legio IV's recruitment. Even the headquarters of Legio 4 had been moved from Aspas Lustum to Ciudad Crotone. The citizens of Crotone who had received long-term competitive training were indeed good soldiers. Once they familiarized themselves with the tactics of Dionia, they began to stand out. This greatly improved the combat power of Legio 4, which was originally not very outstanding. It also caused many of the team officers in Legio 4 to be held by Crotone citizens. "How is Adoris doing in your battalion?" Olivers asked with a smile. Alendas had already expected that Olivers asked him to stay behind to talk about him. He immediately said, "I didn't expect it. To be honest, I thought he would be a problem, but I didn't expect him to not only have outstanding military skills, but also perform well. He doesn't make himself stand out at all, and is very united with his teammates. The other soldiers like to stay with him. He even passed a message to me through his team officer, hoping that his squad can be placed in the first line of battle." Olivers listened attentively, and his face was full of smiles as if Alendas was praising his own child. Adoris's results in the annual military competition exam in Turii School were excellent. Although he was a little impatient, he was generous and easy to make friends. Furthermore, His Majesty was very strict. He and his siblings were no different from the other children in school. Tardiness, noise, and fighting were all punished by the teacher. Adoris was often punished in this regard. Oliver's recalled the past, and his face was full of smiles. His Majesty arranged for Legio IV to not let Adoris receive special treatment, but Oliver's face became serious. His Majesty can ignore it, but swords and spears don't have eyes on the battlefield. We can't make decisions. If Adoris is injured or even killed, His Majesty may not blame us, but the people of the kingdom will blame us, Legio IV, for being incompetent and unable to even protect His Majesty's child. In this way, no matter how many merits we, Legio IV, can't compare to Adoris's safety. Do you understand? I understand. Alindas pulled himself together and said, but there was still a hint of frustration in his tone. I understand. It's not just Adoris. You also want your battalion to be able to fight at the forefront of the army. That's why you're a little dissatisfied with my deployment just now, right? The shrewd Oliver saw through his subordinate's thoughts and reminded him, Idiot, look further ahead. You can also make contributions at the back of the army. Look at where I've arranged your 4th Battalion to be at. On the left rear of the army, next to the cavalry, Alindas blurted out. Yes, next to the cavalry. Once our cavalry defeats the enemy's cavalry, and your 3rd Battalion in front of you holds off the enemy, then your 4th Battalion, Oliver's flattened his palm and made a turning gesture. Flank. Alinda's eyes lit up. Great Lord of the underworld, the just and strict arbiter. Hades, you're the king of the gods, the guardian of the kingdom of Dionia. Under your radiance, the people of the kingdom put on their armor, picked up their shields and spears, and rushed to the battlefield. Every time he sang the hymn of Hades, specially produced by the Temple of Hades for the legions to go to war, Adoris's heart would surge with a sense of sacred pride. After all, his father, Devers, was a recognized descendant of Hades. But the situation today was different from the past. Because he stood in the formation of tens of thousands of soldiers, the magnificent song united him with all the other soldiers. Although the tightly lined-up comrades in front of him blocked his view, he knew that there were also tens of thousands of enemies on the other side of the river. For him, this was the first time he went to war, but there was no fear in his heart. Instead, his body trembled slightly because of excitement. Woo! Woo! The sound of the bugle from behind made his blood boil even more, and then he saw all the military flags pointing forward. Advance! The captain's voice rang in his ears. The huge formation began to move forward slowly. The drums at the back started beating at the same time, telling the soldiers to move at a steady pace. As soon as Adoris and the soldiers in front of him stepped into the Orfanto River, the archers from the other side of the river started shooting arrows. Raise your shields and defend. The captain yelled. The soldiers had already raised their shields. If they were wearing the old-fashioned Greek armor from more than 10 years ago, the soldiers would not need to raise their shields to defend themselves, nor would they be afraid of arrows. However, they were wearing open helmets now, and their faces were not covered. Facing the attack of the archers, the light infantry of the Dionia legions also returned the attack. The ballistae at the back started firing as well. The stone bullets flew across the Orfanto River and crashed into the formation of the Donnies. The soldiers and horses were thrown off their feet, and screams of agony could be heard. Adoris raised his head and saw the stone bullets flying over his head. He could still hear the screams from the other side of the river. His blood boiled even more. On their left, under the leadership of Leds, more than 1,000 Dionic cavalrymen crossed the river. Men shouted and horses neighed, splashing water everywhere. They were the first to rush to the other side of the river and engage in close combat with Downey's cavalry. The Donnies were already afraid of the ballistae. Under the command of their generals, they quickly rushed to the other side of the river to shorten the distance between them and the Dionia. The ballistae did not dare to fire recklessly as the two armies were getting closer. Javelins! The captain's voice echoed in the formation. Adoris and his teammates quickly stopped in their tracks and drew a javelin from their backs. They positioned themselves and threw the javelin over their heads. He did not have the time to see the result, and he could not see it at all. He immediately threw another javelin. At this moment, he heard the captain's voice, attack. An earth-shattering roar came from the formation. Hades! The formation in front of them began to accelerate, but they did not charge forward like they usually did in training. This was because they were in the river, and the bottom of the river was slippery. Adoris and his teammates followed closely behind them. After a while, the formation in front of them stopped abruptly. Then, battle cries spread throughout the entire river. Adoris knew that the two armies had begun to fight head-on. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the javelin in his hands. Unfortunately, they were at the back of the formation and could not help at all. They could not even do the conventional phalanx tactical action of pushing their comrades in front of them. This was because they were in the river, and it was difficult to control their bodies under the influence of external forces. If someone slipped, they might fall. The only thing they could do was to stand firmly in place. If the front line was defeated by the enemy, they could stabilize the formation like a rock. As the battle continued, Adoris and his teammates began to show signs of anxiety. They could only stay at the back and could not participate in the battle. This made Adoris complain about Uncle Oliver's countless times in his heart. The Downey soldiers guarded the riverbank. They took advantage of the fact that the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in the river and could not fully utilize the power of the heavy infantry phalanx. They desperately tried to suppress the Legion of Dionysia in the river. Woo! 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 At this time, Adoris heard the sound of a bugle behind him. He turned around in shock and saw that his company's flag was pointing to the left. All soldiers, listen up. Turn left. The captain's voice made him even more confused. However, military orders were absolute. Moreover, the nearby squads had all turned left. The captain's voice rang out in the phalanx of the 4th Battalion, and the entire team began to move to the left. At the same time, the rear of the phalanx on the right was doing the same. Soon, the lower left and right corners of the entire Dionysia's huge formation seemed to have been cut in half at the same time. Although it was planned in advance, the Legion of Dionysia's organizational system and the ability of the middle and lower level officers to be able to carry out such a precise movement of troops in the middle of the battle. When Adoris and his teammates turned right again, there were only a few comrades in front of him, and it was an open field. Because of his love for military affairs, Adoris had not only received many years of military training, but he also had the courage to ask his adoptive father, who had a glorious record of military affairs. At this moment, he understood the purpose of this movement of troops, and he could not help but be eager to give it a try. Move faster! The young soldiers who had been holding back for a long time roared excitedly and charged forward. Chapter 608. Even if the Downey soldiers could detect the enemy's movement, it was almost impossible for them to react. They did not have the habit of keeping a reserve force, so they could not withdraw their troops in time to defend themselves. It was only a matter of time before they lost. Huff! Huff! Adoris panted heavily as he chased after the routed soldiers in front of him. He didn't expect that the enemy would panic and collapse, just as the troops circled to the rear of the enemy's flank and were about to pounce on them. In order to catch up to the enemy, he threw away his shield and later threw away his spear. He only took out his short sword, hoping to kill an enemy so that he would not have participated in this battle in vain. But the damn Downey soldiers ran too fast. The team that he belonged to had received a solemn order from their leader beforehand. So how could they dare to let him take the risk alone? They had been following him closely, and at this moment, they were all panting from exhaustion. Woo! 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 The bugle sounded on the battlefield. The whole team finally heaved a sigh of relief. But Adoris did not seem to hear it and continued to chase after them. The captain became anxious and shouted, "Adoris, are you going against the order?" Only then did Adoris stop in his tracks, unwillingly. He stared at the enemy in the distance and angrily threw his dagger to the ground. "Don't worry, the enemy can't run away. Our cavalry will not let them have it easy," the captain comforted him. Adoris lowered his head and did not say anything. He was too angry. He did not even touch a hair on the enemy's body before the battle ended. "Congratulations, Commander. You've won this battle. You've completely defeated the main force of the Downey army." The officers around Alexis congratulated her. Alexis said calmly, "We have more soldiers than the Downey soldiers, our training is stricter, and our equipment is better than the Downey soldiers, so we should have one. But this is not enough to defeat the main force of the Downey soldiers. Tell the messengers to gather the troops and regroup. Then we will march towards Herdonia city." "Yes, Commander." The messenger rode away. "Commander, should we write a report to the tourists?" The adjutant, Matsius, asked excitedly. Alexis nodded slightly. "Tell the king that we defeated the 20,000 Downey soldiers at the Orfando River. Our next step is to take Herdonia city. Tell him not to worry." "Commander, Prince Adoris is not injured. He is gathering with his team to the 4th Brigade." Oliver's immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, That's good. Then he thought of something and turned his head to call the adjutant over. "Write a letter to His Majesty in my tone. Tell him that Adoris performed bravely when the 4th Brigade was circling the enemy's flank. He was at the forefront of the charge, and even after the enemy was defeated, he still pursued them. In short, write about Adoris's outstanding performance in the battle without exaggerating it too much. Do you understand?" "Yes, Commander," the adjutant replied. He immediately went to get a pen and paper. "Write it and show it to me. Stamp it with my seal and send it back to the tourists," Oliver's urged. "Yes, Commander. Everyone, our next target is Herdonia." Oliver's pointed forward with his right hand and squeezed his legs. The war horse moved forward. The officers and guards around him followed closely. "This Oliver's." The Devers could not help but laugh after reading the letter that Oliver sent. He knew that the letter must be full of exaggeration, but he was relieved that Adoris was safe. "Send someone to deliver this letter to the house on the hill and give it to Christoia," the Devers said. "At least this letter could make his family not worry about Adoris." "Yes, Your Majesty." The clerk, Hinepolis, took the letter and left the king's office. A man walked up to him. "Sir Hinepolis." Hinepolis quickly returned the greeting. "Sir Antonis." Although Hinepolis was only a middle-level official, he was also a senator of the Senate. This was one of the rewards given to him by the Senate when he proposed to merge Laos into the Kingdom of Dionia. He was the youngest senator in the Senate. Of course, the reason why the powerful Antonius treated him so respectfully was mainly because he was the herald of divers. In the kingdom, other than his family, he could be said to be one of the elders closest to King Divers. Antonis asked softly, "Is His Majesty here? He is waiting for you." Antonis took a small step forward and lowered his head to ask, "Sir Hinepolis, can you tell me, why did His Majesty ask me to come here today?" Hinepolis glanced at the faintly visible gloominess on Antonis's face. He hesitated for a moment and said, "The promotion list for middle and low-ranking officers." Antonis was stunned after hearing this. Every year, the Ministry of Military Affairs would decide who would be promoted based on the performance and achievements of the soldiers and team officers. In the absence of war, officers had to serve for a certain number of years before they could be promoted. The promotion of middle and low-ranking officers could be decided directly by the Minister of Military Affairs and only needed to be reviewed and approved by the king. This was the regulation in the military law of Dionia. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Devers had rarely meddled in this matter. Usually, when a name list was submitted, it was never rejected. At most, a few names would be added. This year's name list was submitted 5 days ago. Because he was worried about his brother-in-law, Paphocles, he forgot that His Majesty the Devers had not sent the name list back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Antonis was shocked when he thought of this. He slowly walked to the king's office while wondering what was wrong with the name list. As the guard at the door announced the name list, a familiar voice came from inside. "Antonis, come in." Antonis took a deep breath, stepped on the smooth marble floor, and walked into the king's office named by the Devers. It was indeed a hall, not a room. Although it was not as large as the hall on the first floor of the palace, it was 3 or 4 times larger than the room Antonis used to work in the Ministry of Military Affairs. Red wooden chairs were placed neatly on both sides of the hall, where the ministers and officials sat when they were summoned to discuss matters. There were rows of small windows on the top of the stone wall that allowed sunlight to pour in, ensuring that the hall was well lit. The aisle in the middle was very spacious. When necessary, a few long tables could be placed on which maps and documents could be placed to discuss important military and political affairs. In fact, the king's office was the place where the Devers and the ministers discussed and dealt with the kingdom's affairs. The palace downstairs was more used for receiving foreign guests and major festivals. At the end of the aisle was a large and heavy desk. Behind the desk was a large mosaic of a large map of Italy, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. Two smaller wooden tables were placed on both sides of the desk, where the clerk and the clerk worked. This showed how busy the Devers were. Every day, various departments would gather a lot of documents in the office, and the clerk would have to help him sort them out, sort them, file them, read them aloud, and then write them according to the Devers' instructions. After that, the Devers would sign the documents and send them back, but now the busy office was empty except for the Devers sitting behind the desk. The stack of documents on the desk half covered his face, which made Antonis a little nervous. He had been here many times in the past, but he had never felt like this. However, Pythagoras' crime, Assis's persuasion, and the attitude of the Devers towards Laodigian in the Senate the day before yesterday made him feel uneasy. "Your Majesty." He walked to the desk and greeted respectfully. "Sit." The Devers stood up and pointed at the wooden chair next to him. As Antonis slowly sat down, the Devers picked up a document on the desk and asked calmly, "Have you looked through the officer promotion list in detail?" It was indeed the list. Could it be that His Majesty was not satisfied with some of the candidates? Antonis thought quickly and answered cautiously, "There are too many people to be promoted this time. I only checked the names and performance of the company captains and company captains." The Devers did not deny it. He asked again, "Who drafted this list?" "Mainly the officials under me. They drafted the list according to the recommendations of the various corps commanders." Antonis said truthfully. "The current inspector of the Ministry of Military Affairs is Xanaparis, right?" The Devers asked casually. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xanaparis, one of the mercenary leaders of the Persia Expeditionary Force, was too old. It was difficult for him to continue leading troops to train and fight. In the end, he did not become a corps commander. The Devers remembered their friendship in the past. Moreover, Xanaparis was familiar with military affairs after decades of fighting. Hence, he was transferred to the Ministry of Military Affairs as an inspector. He was responsible for supervising and reviewing the promotion of officers, military expenditure, and so on. "Take a look." The Devers saw that Antonis was still confused, so he handed the list to him. Antonis quickly got up and took it. He did not sit down, but stood up and started reading. However, the current kingdom of Dionia was different from 10 years ago. There were 10 infantry legions, 4 naval fleets, and 4 cavalry legions. Hence, there were hundreds of people promoted in the list. There were more than 10 pages of papyrus, densely packed with names of people and units. How could Antonis find any problems in such a short time? Chapter 609. Antonios quickly turned to the page and saw 3 names circled by Devers. He was familiar with these 3 names. The first one was his brother-in-law, Pythagoras, and the other 2 were the children and relatives of Naxos and Catarnais, whom he was very familiar with. Although they were all promoted to the lowest rank, squad leaders were not included in the ranks of officers and could be directly appointed by the legion commander. Antonios knew that these 3 people probably did not meet the requirements for promotion. He did not know how the other 2 people performed in the training camp, but he knew very well what kind of person his brother-in-law was. When Pythagoras was in Turiae, he was punished by the legion commander because he was late for military training many times. This was even reported to Antonios, and after Antonios severely criticized him, Pythagoras reluctantly performed better. To be honest, when Pythagoras was driven back to Naxos by Laodigian, Antonios was relieved. He did not expect that this idiot would cause even more trouble when he returned to his hometown. Your Majesty, I really did not know that Pythagoras was on this list. Based on my understanding of him, his ability is not enough to be a squad leader," Antonios stammered. He regretted not checking the list more carefully and made such a big mistake. What you said is reasonable, but as the Minister of Military Affairs of the kingdom, you are not qualified to say such words. Devers stared at him. Although his voice was soft, his tone was heavy. Look at this. As he said this, he handed Antonios a letter. This letter was written by Leotychides, the current legion commander of the 8th Legion. In the letter, he described the military training of the 8th Division and specifically introduced the military training performance of Paphicles and the other two. Late, not serious in training, talking back to the instructor. Words like late, not serious in training, talking back to the instructor, were reflected in Antonios' eyes, and he was shocked. Leotychides. Antonios had a deep memory of this man. He performed well in the battles of the 1st Legion and was promoted to a platoon leader in just a few years. During the Battle of Brindisi, King Pacetti led the remaining elite troops to fight back. Most of the Legion of Dionysia had scattered and began to chase after the routed troops. Only Leotychides was still able to control the formation of his platoon. He blocked the path of Pacetti's army and bought precious time for the other troops to arrive and annihilate them. Thus, he left a deep impression on Devers. After the resignation of the 8th Legion, when Tessus, the first platoon leader of the 1st Legion, refused to take the position, the Devers personally appointed Leotychides, who was still the 3rd platoon leader of the 1st Legion at that time, to take over. Leotychides became the only non-mercenary infantry legion commander in the kingdom of Dionia. He was also the youngest legion commander. Leotychides was usually serious and did not like to socialize with others. He was strict and serious about military training. When he was angry, he would even beat and scold the soldiers. Some people in the army gave him the nickname Madman. Antonios believed what Leotychides said in the letter. However, the Devers had a high status. They even wrote a letter to Leotychides in Sicily to ask about the performance of these unknown soldiers in the military training. Your Majesty, I didn't manage the Ministry of Military Affairs well and made such a big mistake. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Antonios bowed his head and apologized in fear and trepidation. You deserve to be punished. The Devers' eyes were slightly cold. Your brother-in-law killed 5 or 6 female slaves in a row. His methods were cruel. I can't believe that such a person could be promoted to be a captain. I'm afraid that when the news spreads, the elders in the Senate will impeach you. The protectors will also protest. The Devers sighed and seemed to be worried about him. Antonios was covered in cold sweat. He bowed even lower and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I request to resign from the position of Minister of Military Affairs. After a while, he heard the Devers' regretful voice. All right, that's good. You can resign from the position of Minister of Military Affairs with the excuse of illness. Don't go to the Senate for the time being. Avoid this period of time. Also, don't look for people for your brother-in-law anymore. The court will give him a fair judgment. Yes, Antonios responded in a low voice. He felt a hint of relief in his heart, but more than that, he felt a sense of loss. The Devers put down the register and the letter. Then, he asked in a low voice, Antonios, you have stayed in Sicily for many years, and your wife is a Sicilian. You should have a deep understanding of the Sicilians. Can you tell me why most of the elders in other places have their homes in Thurii? Even if they own land in other towns, they mainly use it as a place to increase their income and occasionally bring their families to stay there. However, the elders in Sicily try to buy as much land as possible in Sicily and treat it as another home. Some of their families even live there for a long time. They even make friends with the local public officials to increase their family's prestige in the local area. Why? Although the Devers' tone was calm, Antonios could feel the suppressed anger of the Devers. He became more and more frightened. He racked his brains to think, causing him to be drenched in sweat again. Bolton said, Your Majesty, I think the elders in Sicily and the elders in Greece have encountered different environments, so their behavior is also different. Oh, tell me about it. The Devers raised an eyebrow. Antonios pondered for a while before he said solemnly, Your Majesty, because Naxos and Catarni were destroyed by Syracuse, their people lost their homes and were forced to flee. In order to survive, they had no choice but to build settlements in the mountains and elect leaders to lead them in defending against the invading cycles. Mercenaries organized by Syracuse from time to time, and wild beasts in the mountains. Many of their people died, and their lives were very hard. This only made them miss their lost homes even more. Therefore, after they reclaimed their lost lands, they cherished their homeland even more. Most of the leaders of the refugees eventually became the elders of Dionia. During their years of exile, they became the pillars of support for the refugees in Sicily. The refugees would look to them for help if they had any difficulties. After joining Dionia, these elders still maintained this habit. Most of these elders were born nobles. Before Naxos and Catarni were destroyed, they served as generals and counselors of the city-states. Unlike the elders of Greece before the rise of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Tyrannum Alliance, the Turii Alliance, the Crotone Alliance, the Locri Alliance, and the Lygium Alliance were basically stable and formed a balance. However, in Sicily, apart from Syracuse and Carthage, the generals and counselors of the other city-states have to constantly make decisions according to the changes in the situation on the island. Should they ally with other city-states to resist the two powerful states? Or should they attach themselves to one of the two powerful states? Therefore, they have to maintain a friendly relationship with their neighbors, Syracuse and Carthage. That's why they like to hold banquets, send gifts, and form cliques. You seem to know a lot about them. It seems that marrying a Sicilian woman has its benefits. The Devers said in a meaningful tone, "Some of our elders have learned these bad habits of the Sicilians. It's a very bad influence. The Catania Plains will be annexed to the Kingdom of Dionia. Not Dionia will be part of Sicily. Everyone must strictly follow the laws of Dionia." It seems that they still haven't realized this after 10 years. Antonios was even more shocked when he heard the last sentence. He did not dare to respond. "Antonios, my old friend, although you're sick and resting at home, you can't overeat and hurt your body. Now that the Downey people have been defeated at the Orfanto River, it won't be long before we conquer their territory. There are still a lot of troublesome issues there that require a capable elder like you to deal with." The Devers' words of encouragement lifted the spirits of the depressed Antonios. He replied excitedly, "Your Majesty, I'm always ready for your summons." Divers watched him leave the office, and the expression on his face slowly turned cold. He knew very well that the Sicilian elders led by Laodigian only wanted their sons to have a better future, and that was why they had the idea of joining the army. Although becoming an officer of a legion meant that they did not have any rights in daily life, they had a great advantage when they took up public office in the kingdom or when they ran for local counselors and protectors. Furthermore, in daily life, their identity would also be respected by the people. However, the Devers was very angry with them for disrupting the order of the army. Since the establishment of Dionia, he had always firmly controlled the army, which was the foundation of his power. The other elders could not interfere at all. The appointment and dismissal of officers were all decided by him, and the formulation of military laws was also mainly decided by him. He might discuss with the main generals, but he would never vote for the military laws. Therefore, the army was a completely closed system. However, after more than 10 years, the army began to show signs of trouble. The staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs might have been bribed by the Sicilian elders, or they might have wanted to please Antonios, so they violated the rules and put the unqualified Pyphogres and the others on the promotion list. Chapter 610. Xanaparis, as the military censor, must not have played a supervisory role at all out of consideration for the Devers. This led to another problem that gave the Devers a headache. Most of the senior generals of the Dionysian army were former mercenaries. Many years of friendship had allowed them to maintain a good personal relationship, thus forming a complex network of relationships in the army. Although it made it easier for the former mercenary leader, the Devers, to control the army, it also made it easy for corruption to breed. It seemed that it was time to break the isolation of the army and improve the style of the army. Doctor fell into deep thought. The next day, during the Senate meeting, the Devers attended again. He suddenly mentioned that he had just received news that the Naxos administrator, Strompoli, could not return to Turiai on time due to an important local case. He requested the Senate to immediately elect Strompoli's successor to go to Naxos and take over from him. The elders were in an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Laodigian, on the other hand, panicked. In the following election, the senators, who were secretly instructed by the Devers, finally elected Myron as the new Naxos administrator. After congratulating Myron, the Devers announced that yesterday, Antonios had resigned from his post as Minister of Military Affairs due to poor health. After careful consideration, he decided to appoint Helos as the Minister of Military Affairs. Although the main military affairs were decided by the Devers, the Minister of Military Affairs was, after all, an important minister of the kingdom. The appointment and dismissal of the Minister of Military Affairs was reported by the Devers to the Senate. Helos had been informed by the Devers yesterday evening, so he did not show any surprise. However, the other senators were in an uproar again. Many politically minded senators were wondering. Antonios, who had crossed the sea alone, defeated the last counterattack of Syracuse, conquered the Catania Plain, resigned from the highest military position in the kingdom just because of illness. What happened? Considering the Devers' eagerness to elect the chief executive of Naxos, some keenly felt that it might have something to do with Naxos. Just as the senators were whispering, the Devers once again announced that the Ministry of Military Affairs would set up a military court, and the Supreme Court of the Kingdom would assign personnel to serve as military judges, who would rotate regularly. At the same time, the position of military inspector was no longer held by military officers. Instead, it was held by the highest inspector of the kingdom, and the position was rotated regularly. The entire Senate was in an uproar. The former mercenary veterans, led by Capus, objected to the Devers. They believed that it was enough for the army to have the military law of Dionia to regulate the behavior of officers and soldiers, and for the military judge to punish the officers and soldiers who violated the military law. Now that the Dionysian army was operating normally, there was no need to set up a military court or bring in outsiders who could disrupt the peace and order of the army or even leak secrets. The Dionysian army, led by Cornelis, believed that it was a wise decision by His Majesty the Devers to put the army under the supervision of the law of Dionia, which would make the whole kingdom more fair and just. The Devers still let the senators argue with each other without giving any explanation, but under his insistence, his proposal was passed. The entire Senate meeting ended in an uproar. After the meeting, Laodigian went straight to Antonios' mansion. However, the door, which used to be unimpeded for him, now prohibited anyone from entering. The reason was that Antonios is not feeling well and will not see any guests for the time being. Laodigian changed his words and said that he wanted to see his daughter, but the guard refused. In the end, considering that Laodigian was still his father-in-law, Antonios sent someone to warn him not to run around for Pyphogres anymore, and not to hold frequent banquets and attract attention. Antonios' words made Laodigian even more confused. At this moment, in the office of the royal palace of Dionia, sat the new administrator of Naxos, Myron, and the highest-ranking judge, Trididymus. I've just finished a meeting. I called you two here because I have something important to tell you. The Devers took out a letter with a solemn expression and handed it over. This is the secret letter I received from Strompoli yesterday. Take a look, but you must swear to the Hades that you will not reveal the contents of the letter to anyone else. Myron and Trididymus looked at each other and immediately did as they were told. Trididymus took the letter and opened it to read. Myron also moved closer. The letter detailed the process of Pyphogres' murder, as well as the fact that Pyphogres had found a slave as a scapegoat. At the end of the letter, the imprisoned slave wrote that the leader of the Psycheer tribe, Arcones, had a close relationship with the Laodigian family and had given them a large amount of gold and silver many times. Arcones. Myron muttered the name. It sounded familiar, but he just could not remember where he had heard it before. Arcones, the son of the former king of Psycheer, Aguilas, and the leader of the Tannic tribe. He lives in Kephalodian, central Sicily. The Devers reminded him briefly. Myron suddenly remembered. Oh, it's this Tannic tribe. A few years ago, they annexed another Psycheer tribe, and their leader fled to Naxos to ask us for help. At that time, we were on a campaign against Masapi, so we only sent an envoy to order the Tannic leader, Arcones, to return the occupied land and people. In the end, he did so, and even wrote a letter of apology to the Senate. I remember this very clearly. He did it. I thought so at first, but now it seems that's not necessarily the case. Do you know who the envoy that the Senate sent was? The Devers' face showed a hint of anger after being deceived. Laodicean, Myron, and Tritodemus exclaimed at the same time. These past few years, we've been focusing on the affairs of Greece and southern Italy, and maintaining stability in Sicily. We're not familiar with the affairs of the Psycheer people, so we mostly rely on the elders of Sicily to make decisions and deal with them. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said in a low voice, "Yesterday, I specially checked the records of the Senate's meetings in the past years. More than half of the discussions related to the Psycheer people were related to the Tannic tribe, and the final results were mostly in their favor." "This is treason." Myron slammed the chair heavily. "Your Majesty, we should arrest Laodicean and interrogate him. This is only the testimony of a slave. It has not been verified," Tritodemus said in a more mature tone. Tritodemus is right. The Psycheer people are our allies, and normal interactions between them are not restricted by the law. That's why we need evidence. Besides, I suspect that Laodicean is not the only one who has a close relationship with the Tannic tribe. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many elders of Sicily speaking up for the Tannic tribe. That's why, the doctor said in a low voice with a serious expression, "Myron, hurry to Naxos and replace Strompoli. Send patrols to seal off Laodicean's mansion there and search for evidence. If you find evidence of other elders being involved in this matter, I'll allow you to expand the search area. What if the elders of Sicily and Catani are found to be suspects?" Myron's eyes were bright, and he asked in a slightly excited tone. Of course, the Devers knew that Myron had always been more aggressive in his methods. He turned to another person and said, "Tritodemus, use the excuse of adjudicating the murder case in Naxos as well. Hurry to Naxos as soon as possible and help Myron find evidence. At the same time, make sure that everything is within the scope of the law, so that you won't be criticized by the other elders in the Senate." The Devers said this mainly to remind Myron. Seeing him frown, he knew that Myron understood. He continued, "If we find that Catani and Sicily are also involved in this matter, Tritodemus, you'll be responsible for contacting the governors of these two cities. I'll also write a letter to ask them to cooperate with you. Try to gather all the evidence and not let anyone escape." "Don't worry, Your Majesty," Tritodemus immediately promised. "Mr. Myron, I've given you a difficult problem as soon as you took office. Do you feel the pressure?" The Devers said to Myron in a relaxed tone and joked, "Isn't this the reason why Your Majesty made me the governor of Naxos?" Myron said straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned for a moment before he laughed. This old politician who had been the chief general of Crotone for a long time was definitely not as straightforward as he looked. "Naxos is the Naxos of Dionia. It's time to reorganize." The words of the Devers gave Myron a clear hint. He immediately nodded and said, "Understood, Your Majesty. What should we do with Pavelgrace, the son of Laodicean?" Tritodemus asked cautiously. He knew the Devers well, so he asked, "According to the kingdom's laws, he shouldn't be given a heavy sentence." Divers laughed coldly. "Mobilizing the registered freedman to make a new report. Furthermore, he has defied the law and lied after swearing an oath to Hades. He even let a slave take the blame. Furthermore, he must have been involved in collusion with the Psycheer people. How should we sentence him for these crimes?" Tritodemus' eyes lit up. After sending the two away, the Devers welcomed the new military minister, Helos. "Your Majesty." Helos stood in front of the desk and bowed respectfully. Chapter 6:11. As soon as Helos sat down, the Devers asked, "What do you think about today's Senate meeting?" Helos hesitated for a moment and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he said sincerely, "Your Majesty, I think that Lord Antonios has done a very good job as the military minister. The Ministry of Military Affairs has also been operating very well. I can replace him for a while and continue to be the military minister after he recovers. Now that we are at war, to ensure that the Ministry of Military Affairs will not be shaken, I suggest not to change the military minister." The Devers looked at Helos, who had a sincere look on his face. A moment later, Daves waved his left hand and said in a deep voice, "Antonios took the initiative to resign. Even if I try to persuade him to stay, he will not stay in this position any longer. Look at this." The Devers flipped the officer promotion register on the table to the page of the 8th Division and handed it to him. Helos took it with a puzzled look. After reading it carefully, his expression changed slightly. Over the past 2 days, the news that Laodicean's son, Paphocles, had been arrested for murder had gradually spread in the port of Thurii, mainly thanks to the merchants from Naxos. Helos had also heard about it. He could not help but complain in his heart. Why did Antonios still promote this troublemaker at this time? Wasn't he giving others a handle on him? He weighed his words carefully and said softly, "Your Majesty, I think Lord Antonios would not make such a mistake and promote such an unqualified soldier. At least he has committed a dereliction of duty. This also shows that there are many problems in the Ministry of Military Affairs. This is why I want to establish a military court and also let the local censors enter the army. The entire army needs to be reorganized. That's why you, as the Minister of Military Affairs, have great responsibilities. Not only do you have to help the military court and the censors, you have to cooperate with them as much as possible. You also have to maintain the stability of the Ministry of Military Affairs and let the officers and soldiers of the various corps feel at ease." Divers said earnestly, "I believe that you can grasp the balance between the two." Although the Devers had high hopes, Helos felt that he had a great responsibility. Before he could respond, the Devers said again, "Take this register back and check how many unqualified officers and soldiers have been promoted. Find out all the officers in the Ministry of Military Affairs who broke the law and committed dereliction of duty, and let them be dealt with by the censors and military court. The kingdom's army must not have any parasites. This time, we must deal with this seriously and sound the alarm for the whole army." Diver's deafening voice shook Xylos. He pulled himself together and said, "Your Majesty, I will do my best." "Very good." The Devers nodded with satisfaction. He then took out a letter and said in a deep voice, "There is one more important thing that you, as the military minister, must know." He then handed the letter to Helos. After reading the letter, Helos's face turned solemn. "Your Majesty, is everything written in this letter true? I'm sending people to investigate. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that this is not the only problem." The Devers said as he walked to the large map on the wall and pointed at the western part of Mount Etna. With a serious expression, he said, "After the southern Italian war, we now have the Catania Plains, Naxos, Sicily, Tauromenian, and Messina. We also have the support of Leontini, Taunus, and other allied city-states. Syracuse is suppressed in the southeast corner of Sicily, allowing the kingdom to have an absolute advantage in the eastern part of Sicily. The people of Cycle are afraid of our power, so they took the initiative to form an alliance with us, becoming a member of the Alliance of Dionia. The reason why we treat every Cycle town and tribe equally and always adopt the policy of supporting the weak and weakening the strong when they ask for help is to prevent one of them from becoming the strongest and to prevent them from reuniting into the Cycle kingdom so that we can assimilate and merge them in the future. However, from the looks of it now, there is a problem with the implementation of this policy. The Cycle Tannic tribe may have used the help of the elders of Sicily to secretly annex and expand their territory. I don't have too much information about the tribe's current situation. Although the tribe is located far away in Kephalloidian, which is the closest town to the west of Cycle, and is further away from Catania and Naxos, the hounds in Sicily, I'm referring to Aristyra's intelligence department, would not have overlooked it to this extent. From this, it can be seen that they have consciously blocked the information, and this must raise our vigilance. The tone of the Devers' words made Helos feel something. He straightened his body and asked with uncertainty, "Your Majesty, do you mean war?" The Devers glanced at the map again and punched Sicily with his fist. He said resolutely, As long as we can confirm the crimes of Laodigian and the other elders of Sicily, we will have a reason to declare war on Tinidian and completely destroy its chance of rising. At the same time, we will intimidate the other cycle factions and strengthen our control over them. Therefore, during this period of time, the Ministry of Military Affairs must make preparations, especially the 8th Legion. It will be the main force to attack Tinidian. Due to his understanding of the Devers, Helos did not object to his decision immediately. Instead, he gave his own suggestion. Your Majesty, before we declare war on the Cycle tribe, the Ministry of Military Affairs can only secretly make preparations to prevent the Cycle tribe from receiving the news and creating trouble for us in the future. Moreover, we are currently in the midst of a war against the Downey tribe. If we declare war on Sicily at the same time, the pressure on the logistics of the army will be greater. It is best to declare war after the war with the Downey tribe ends. This will also help the Senate pass the war resolution smoothly. In addition, since we're going to declare war again, it is best to maintain the stability of the army. As for the investigation and punishment of the officers who have violated the law, I hope that the punishment will not be too severe. After all, they're all first-time offenders. I hope that Your Majesty can give them a chance to repent. This will not harm the soldiers' respect for you. The Devers listened attentively and fell into deep thought. Hilo sat quietly and waited. Finally, the Devers said slowly, I will leave the matters of the Ministry of Military Affairs to you. The specific investigation and punishment measures will be decided by you and the military judge and prosecutor. After that, I will review and sign them. As for when to declare war on Tinidian, I will decide according to the situation. Although the Devers did not explicitly agree with Helos knew that the king had actually made a concession. He immediately said, gratefully, Thank you, Your Majesty. The Devers looked at Helos. Over the years, as his authority grew, he had become more and more distant from his former mercenary friends. Fortunately, there were people like Helos, Capys, and Alexis who could constantly question his decisions and give him suggestions. This was actually a good thing. Thinking of this, his tone softened a little. Do you have any other suggestions? Seeing that the Devers were calm, Helos said, The commander of the 8th Legion is Leotychides. He has never commanded an army in battle. Your Majesty, you said that the 8th Legion will be the main force to attack the Psycheer tribe. To be on the safe side, should we transfer a high-ranking officer with more experience to take over as the commander of the 8th Legion? The Devers smirked and said, Among the generals, who knows the terrain of Sicily better than Leotychides? Who knows the customs and customs better? Who is better able to make the citizens of Sicily obey orders? The Devers' question stumped Helos. Leotychides had been in Sicily for 6 years. Naturally, he could not be compared to the other commanders who were unfamiliar with Sicily. According to the military law of Dionia, one of the important requirements for a high-ranking general to be familiar with the battlefield environment and understand the customs of the surrounding area. Of course, this did not mean that the other commanders could not go to Sicily to fight, but this would undoubtedly prolong the war and increase the war's consumption. Helos thought of Antonios. However, if Laodigian and the others were proven to have violated the rules, then Antonios, who was Laodigian's relative and had deep ties with the Sicilian elders, would definitely be criticized by the elders. The Senate could not interfere with the choice of the commander in charge of attacking the Psycheer tribe, but their criticism would definitely cause the people of the kingdom to criticize Antonios. This was akin to roasting Antonios on a stove. That was why Helos realized that the Devers had asked Antonios to resign and stay at home to protect him. Seeing that Helos did not speak, the Devers continued. Many people say that Leotychides is a man of few words, strict and serious, and people do not like to interact with him. However, I think that he spends most of his time chatting with others, thinking about military affairs and training his soldiers. He is a natural warrior. I believe that he will be able to command this war well. Helos no longer objected to the Devers' affirmation because he believed in the Devers' ability to judge people. Their many successes in the past were the proof. After discussing for a while, Helos was about to leave when the Devers called out to him. It's already past noon. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'm also hungry. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we sat together and drank and chatted. Don't leave just yet. I'll ask the chef to make a few dishes, and we'll have a few drinks. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 6:12. Today, among the bustling pedestrians, a group of rough-looking men with short black hair and beards, barefooted, wearing red short-sleeve coats and golden belts around their waists were rather eye-catching. One must know that with the rapid development of the kingdom of Dionia, even the poor Brudi and Lacanians had been freed from the terrible situation of cold and starvation. In the hinterland of the kingdom, the pedestrians had never seen such a tribe dress so shabbily, and they looked a little unfamiliar, so the pedestrians around them were whispering to each other. Finally, a man on a horse came out from the herdsmen who were herding a herd of cattle and sheep in front of them. He came to the group of men in red and asked carefully in Greek, "May I ask if you are the Simonians?" A few of the men in red obviously understood what he said, but they did not answer immediately. Instead, they looked at the only man in the center wearing a short-sleeved white robe. The man in the white robe stepped forward and said in Greek, "We are the Simonians from Abenelum. What can I do for you, people of Potentia?" Although the people of Potentia looked the same as the Lacanians in other areas, it had been more than 10 years since the other Lucania municipality was merged into Dionia. Under the influence of Dionia's culture, religion, and customs, not only had their daily life begun to change, but even the newborn children's names had begun to have a Greek flavor. Only Potentia, which was the latest to join the kingdom of Dionia as a free city, still maintained the cultural customs of the Lacanians. However, if the people of Dionia could distinguish the difference, how could the Simonians, who rarely appeared in the territory of Dionia, be able to distinguish the difference so easily? Although the man on the horse had doubts in his heart, he did not rashly ask. Since the Southern War, the Simonians and Potentia had maintained peace for 10 years. One joined the kingdom of Dionia, and the other became an ally of Dionia. The peace would probably continue to be maintained. However, the man on the horse knew the temper of the Simonians, so he did not say anything more. He just smiled and said, "I'm just here to get to know each other so that we can take care of each other on the way to Turiai." After that, he solemnly performed the Simonian etiquette and rode away. When the other pedestrians learned that the group of men in red were Simonians, they did not feel too much panic despite the Simonians' notoriety. Instead, they avoided them because they were in the territory of Dionia. The powerful kingdom of Dionia had allowed its people, including its affiliated states, to enjoy 10 years of peace. No force dared to provoke its majesty. Even mountain bandits were almost extinct in the territory. The traveler who sailed from Catani to Lygium and passed northward through Magna Graecia, the mountains of Brudi, the mountains of Lucania, and finally to Campania, and slept in the open air for 10 or 20 days, would be safe from any danger but that of wild beasts, and would even be able to appeal to the temple of Hades in any of the cities of Dionysia. Safety. This was the greatest benefit that Dionia gave to the people living in this land after it unified southern Italy. It was also the point that these people who often traveled and did business felt the most. Therefore, the only thing they needed to worry about when trekking in this mountainous area was the wild beasts in the mountains. However, in fact, this road had been crowded with people for years, and the wild beast had also wisely stayed away. In recent years, there had been no news of wild beasts attacking people and livestock. In the following days, whenever it was time to rest, the man on the horse in front would take the initiative to chat with them. He would even warmly invite these Simonians to have a meal with him. The cured meat jerky and hot mutton soup could not be compared to the cold coarse bread that the Simonians carried with them. The enthusiasm of the man on the horse finally dispelled the Simonians' vigilance. After getting along with them for 2 days, this group of pedestrians finally walked out of this mountainous area. "Chief Gurney, we'll reach the mountain pass fortress after we pass the foot of the mountain," the man on the horse said excitedly. Gurney was the son of Elan, the great chief of Hilpini, the former head of the 4 major Simonian tribes. 10 years ago, The Simonians invaded Potentia and suffered a crushing defeat. His father died in the chaos, and he was eventually captured by the people of Dionia and stayed in Potentia and Lucania municipality for nearly 2 years. Gurney looked ahead, a little lost in thought. He was familiar with the mountain pass in front, because before he was released to Simonia, he was brought to Turii and stayed in the central city of the Kingdom of Dionia for several months. During this period, he was even received by the king of Devers, who had defeated them many times. At this moment, a complicated feeling arose in his heart. Gurney said loudly, "Hurry up, we're going out a mountainous area." His subordinates shouted excitedly and helped the Potentia herdsmen drive the cattle and sheep, carrying the goods and moving forward together. After spending 2 days together, the pedestrians found that the Simonians were actually very easy to get along with. As long as one treated them sincerely, they would definitely do their best to help them. After passing through the foot of the mountain, the speed of their advance slowed down because there was already a long queue in front of the mountain pass fortress. Originally, there was only one checkpoint at the mountain pass. The western exit of the mountain road was already guarded by the La River fortress. The Senate of Dionia did not plan to build another fortress here. However, since the Turii Nudum road was built and the road was extended to Lucania in the following years, the Potentia area was annexed to the kingdom, and the Simonians and Campanians took the initiative to form an alliance. The influence of the Kingdom of Dionia in the north was increasing, and naturally, the trade and cultural exchanges between Turii, the center of Dionia, and the central west coast of Italy had become more frequent. Every day, not only was there a lot of people on this road, but also carts and livestock often traveled on it. In addition, when there was strong wind and heavy rain in the mountainous area, broken trees and fallen rocks would block the road, so the road needed to be maintained frequently. Moreover, the law of Dionia also stipulated that all cities should do their best to ensure the safety of the people. The mountain road was winding, and it would take 3 days to complete the whole journey at normal speed. In addition to the remote location, there were many pedestrians, robberies, injuries, and other incidents occur from time to time, and there were also attacks from beasts. Therefore, since the Senate assigned the safety of this mountain area to Turii, the Turii City Hall regularly dispatched personnel to patrol the road, repair the road, and protect the safety of pedestrians. In order to allow them to focus on their work, the checkpoint was expanded and rebuilt into a fortress. As the number of pedestrians on the road increased, the merchants of Turii also found a business opportunity. Because of the more than 3 days of trekking through the mountain road, it would take at least half a day to reach Turii by the time they exited the mountain road, and most of the pedestrians could not eat or sleep well in the mountainous area. Without a good rest, it was impossible for most pedestrians to continue their journey. Therefore, the merchants built hotels, restaurants, and shops here. After a few years, the fortress had become a lively town in the mountains. Finally, it was the turn of the herdsmen of Potentia. The soldier who was inspecting at the city gate looked at the herds of cattle and sheep behind them, frowned, and asked, "Is there anyone among you in charge?" "Me." The man on the horse squeezed in front of the soldier. "Where are you from? What are you doing in Turii?" "From the area of Potentia near Capsa to Turii to sell cattle and sheep." "How many cattle? How many sheep?" 12 cattle and 108 sheep. The clerk next to him calculated in his mind and said, "You have to pay 12 opal to pass." The man on the horse was stunned and asked, "Why do I have to pay? This is your first time using this road to sell livestock in Turii, right? It's difficult to maintain roads in the mountains. When there are a lot of cattle and sheep, they will eat the vegetation on the side of the road. When it rains, it will easily block the road with mud. Besides, the cattle and sheep's feces are all over the road, so it's very troublesome to clean them up. The smell can also easily attract wolves. Therefore, the Ministry of Roads has stipulated that for every 10 cattle and sheep that pass through this mountain road, 1 opal will be charged as the road maintenance fee and extra pay for the road builders. There's a notice posted on the wall over there with the seal of the Senate. If you don't believe me, you can take a look," the soldier said reasonably. 12 opal did not actually cost much, but the man on the horse was straightforward. "No need, I believe you." After paying, the herdsman drove the cattle and sheep slowly through the city gate. Gurney and the others stood in front of the city guard. Before he could ask, Gurney answered directly, "We are Samni people from Abenelum. We were invited to participate in this year's rugby competition." As he said this, he also took out a letter. This is a certificate from Copse's governor, Sima. In fact, they had already checked it once when they passed through R.A. River Fortress. The soldier looked at Gurney and then at the other Samni people beside him. He said politely, "Wait here for a while. The people who will welcome you to the athletes' camp will be here soon." After a while, a young man walked out of the city gate. He had short blonde hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a slender body. Although his face was still childish, he was in high spirits. He hurried to Gurney and the others, a mixture of excitement and curiosity on his face. When he walked up to them, he carefully looked at them. Gurney was slightly displeased. At this time, the young man smiled. "Turii welcomes you, brave Abenelum warriors. I have been appointed by the Senate to be responsible for bringing you to the camp." His smile was very bright, immediately dispelling the Samni people's unhappiness. Chapter 613. Half of the volunteers for the Dionia Rugby Final were students from the advanced classes of Turii School and the Dionia Academy. This was also the intention of the Devers. He hoped that these young talents who had not yet reached the age of 18 and had not been appointed to public office could practice their ability to handle practical affairs in addition to learning, which would be more conducive to their future development. The young man in front of him was from the Dionia Academy. He whispered a few words to the slave behind him, and the slave immediately turned around and ran into the city gate. Then the young man said to Gurney, "You must be very tired after crossing the mountains from Abenelum to Turii. We should have let you have a good rest in the town, but the celebration will begin the day after tomorrow. You need more time to prepare for the game, so we'd better go to the campsite now." "Why are you talking so much nonsense? We're not tired at all. Let's go," one of the Simonians shouted anxiously. "Tadoni." Gurney turned around and glared at his man. Although he could tell that the young man was not very old, judging from his temperament and the 4 strong slaves that followed him closely, he was definitely the son of a senator or an important minister in the kingdom of Dionia. He did not want to offend him for no reason. The young man was not offended. Instead, he realized that he had been standing in front of the city gate, which had delayed the pedestrians behind him. So, he quickly led the Simonians into the town. The terrain of the town was like a trumpet. There were steep mountains on both sides, extending continuously to the east. In the middle was a relatively flat lowland that was constantly expanding to the east. A road meandered forward, and both sides were filled with all kinds of shops and stalls. It was so crowded that there was no place for pedestrians to stop. Behind them were rows of houses built against the mountains. The merchants' various hawking sounds were like cicadas chirping on the trees in summer, pouring endlessly into their ears and irritating them. Some hawkers even stopped pedestrians to sell goods or invite them to stay in their stalls. After the Simonians rejected them rudely, no one bothered these stout and ferocious-looking pedestrians anymore. After walking for a while, the terrain became much more open, and the surroundings were not so crowded anymore. At this time, the young man said, "Chief Gurney, the weather is so hot. You must be thirsty after such a long journey. Drink some water first before we continue our journey." Following the direction of his finger, Gurney saw a water stall on the side of the road in front. The slave who had left earlier was standing by the side and waving. After hearing what the young man said, Gurney subconsciously licked his dry lips. However, he was a little hesitant because he knew that the price of water here should be expensive. He could not bear to part with it. So he thought to himself, "I might as well wait until I reach the Tyro River and drink the river water." The young man seemed to have read his mind and said loudly, "I've already paid for the water. If you don't drink it, you can only throw it away." As soon as he finished speaking, the other Samone people could not hold it in any longer. They rushed forward, picked up the earthen jars one by one, and poured it into their mouths. The cool and sweet honey water not only quenched their thirst, but also alleviated their hunger. The Samone people drank one jar, but felt that it was not enough, so they picked up another jar. This really cost you a lot. Gurney, who usually boasted of being forthright, felt a little embarrassed at the moment. You've accepted our invitation and come all the way to Tali. You've toiled so hard just to attend our Dionysius celebration. As the hosts, of course, we should take good care of our honorable guests. This little expense is nothing. The young man thought that it was only right for him to do so. His tone did not sound like that of someone who had yet to reach adulthood. Gurney's heart skipped a beat. He put down the jar and asked, "What's your name? How do you know my name is Gurney? I don't remember saying my name." The young man said calmly, "My name is Clotho Rex. The official who sent me to welcome you told me in detail that the Salmonet team is led by Chief Gurney. I also know that only nobles wear white robes among the Salmonet people, and you're the only one in the team who wears white robes, so you know a lot about us Salmonet people." Gurney looked at him in surprise. "This is what my father told me," the young man said modestly. "My father said that the Salmonet people are brave warriors and deserve the respect of the people of Dionia." Brave warriors. If Gurney did not see the young man's sincere expression, he would have thought that the young man was mocking him. Were the Salmonet people brave? If they were brave, why would they kill each other in a single night out of fear? The huge army back then did not even have the chance to fight the people of Dionia head-on. They were defeated just like that. In the end, he became a captive. In order to regain his foothold in Abenelum and regain his father's position as the leader, he had to rely on the power of his former enemy, the people of Dionia. Gurney suddenly felt that the honey water in his mouth was tasteless. He spat on the ground and shouted, "We should hurry up." After saying that, he strode forward. The other Salmonet people quickly finished the water, stroked their bloated stomachs, and followed behind Gurney one by one. After crossing a mountain ridge, they were out of the mountain pass town. At this moment, someone shouted, "Chief Gurney! Chief Gurney!" Jinnit, the Potentian, shouted as he rushed to Gurney's side. Not only did the Salmonet people make way for him, but they also helped the shepherds drive the cattle and sheep. "Jinnit, you don't live in the town?" Gurney asked casually. "If I live here, where will all these cattle and sheep live? I have to hurry to the livestock market in Turii and save money if I can. I have to sell these cattle and sheep quickly." Jinnit said, "You are from Potentia. Why don't you sell these cattle and sheep to Poseidonia or Inona? Why did you come all the way to Turii?" Someone asked. Jinnit turned his head and saw an unfamiliar young man. He asked doubtfully, "You are?" "Clotho Sykes, Turii City Hall sent me to welcome Chief Gurney and the others," the young man answered. Hearing this, Jinnit did not dare to underestimate the young man. He said, "Poseidonia and Inona are not big cities, and they are close to us. The cattle and sheep are sold too cheaply there, and they might not be sold because there are not enough people to buy them. Last year, I heard that in Turii, because of the Hades celebration and the rugby competition, there are a lot of people coming to Turii to watch the competition. Therefore, all the food in the market is sold at a high price. It is said that a sheep can be sold for more than 30 drachmas. That's why I decided to give it a try this year. It's more than 200 miles from Potentia to Turii. Most of the roads are mountainous, and there are many beasts. It's difficult for humans to walk, let alone the cattle and sheep. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to them?" The young man asked curiously. "That's right, Sai." Hearing this, Jinnit felt as if he had met a bosom friend, and he immediately poured out his grievances. "I brought 120 goats and 15 cows with me when I set off, but only 108 goats and 12 cows are left now. The rest of them either ran away, were taken away by the wolves, broke their legs, or fell sick from eating something bad. In the end, I had no choice but to kill them." Jinnit pointed at the fresh cow and sheep skins that some of the herdsmen were carrying on their backs. He looked pained. "I only hope that we can sell the remaining cattle and sheep for a good price when we go to the market of Turii. Otherwise, my people and I will suffer a great loss." "Sai." The young man listened attentively. A slave whispered a few words into his ear. His handsome face showed some sympathy. "You're right. The price of a sheep in the market of Turii is more than 30 drachmas. A cow can even reach 80 drachmas. However, the other merchants have the same idea as you. They often come to Turii at this time. The shops and storefronts in the port and city markets can't accommodate so many merchants. There have been many riots in the past years. Therefore, this year, the City Hall of Turii has issued a new rule. During the celebration, only merchants who are citizens of the kingdom are allowed to enter the two markets. According to this rule, your cattle and sheep can't enter the port and city at all. Janet couldn't believe his ears. He explained loudly, "We, Potentia, are also part of the kingdom of Dionia. We, the people of Potentia, are also people of Dionia. We should also receive preferential treatment from the kingdom." The young man shook his head. "Potentia is just a free city of the kingdom. You manage your own city. Your taxes don't have to be submitted to the Senate. You don't have to serve in the military. The laws of the kingdom don't apply to you. You don't have to bear the obligations that the kingdom requires of its citizens. Of course, you won't receive the rights that a citizen of Dionia should enjoy, such as land, military rewards, and of course, some of the benefits that a kingdom like this gives to its citizens." The young man spoke with confidence. Gurney, who was standing at the side, was surprised to find that this somewhat childish young man was showing a trace of dignity that ordinary teenagers didn't have. Janet didn't notice this. After listening to the young man's words, he was dumbfounded. He said angrily, "Since we're not allowed to sell in the market, we'll sell outside? Turii is so big. There must be a place for us to sell our cattle and sheep." Chapter 6:14. At this moment, Janet was no longer as energetic as before. His face was pale, and he said in a trembling voice, What should we do? Are we supposed to drive the cows and sheep back again? These are all good cows and sheep. They drink from the mountain spring and eat the fresh grass in the mountains. After 10 days of walking, their fat has almost been consumed, and their meat has become more chewy. Those that can survive until here are all very healthy cows and sheep. Even Gurney could not bear to watch. After all, he had been getting along well with these Potentian herdsmen for the past 2 days. He could not help but help Janet and ask the young man, "Is there any way to get them to sell these cows and sheep? Is it really the only way to get them to drive these animals back to Potentia again?" In fact, the young man had already thought about it. He only thought for a while before he asked a slave to touch and pinch the cows and sheep. For a moment, the cows were bleeding, and there was even a scene of a man on top of a goat's head. After a while, the slave came over with a dusty face and nodded at the young man. The young man relaxed and said to the uneasy Janet, "They're indeed good cows and sheep. Do you know about Kristoya's restaurant?" Janet's eyes lit up. How could he not know about the famous Kristoya's restaurant that was spread all over the cities of Dionia? It was the delicacies introduced by this restaurant that doubled the value of the cows and sheep. If his own livestock could be sold to Kristoya's restaurant, it would definitely be an honor for any herdsman. He asked eagerly, "Can you get in touch with Kristoya's restaurant?" The young man said directly, "Drive the cows and sheep to the Tino River. I'll send a slave to inform the person in charge of Kristoya's restaurant and let him see your cows and sheep. Your cows and sheep are of such good quality, I believe he'll definitely buy them. Asana bless me. Thank you. Thank you so much." Janet was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. He did not have any expectations for this young man, but he did not expect him to give him an unexpected surprise. A Potentian herdsman reminded him loudly, "I say, Janet, why do you trust this kid so much? What if he's been lying to us from the beginning and just wants to buy our cows and sheep at a very low price?" "Shut up. He's sincerely trying to help us. How can you say such hurtful words? Hurry up and apologize to him, or I'll kick you out of our team." Jenny was furious. Before the herdsman could do anything, the young man had already lost his cool and said loudly, "You can go to the market and ask around first. After you've figured it out, follow my slaves to Kristoya's restaurant to invite people. I believe that according to Kristoya's restaurant's usual practice, they won't buy your cattle and sheep at a price lower than the market price." After saying these words, the young man's face was still slightly red. Janet hurriedly said, "Don't mind that idiot's nonsense. We absolutely believe you. Since Kristoya's restaurant will be our future customer, I'll go with your slave to show my respect." After the young man said those words, he regretted it a little. He remembered that his father had once told him, "In any situation, you must learn to stay calm as much as possible so that you can make the right response." After he calmed down, he heard Geniat's words and immediately understood that Geniat had his suspicions as well. Although he was a little annoyed, he still controlled his emotions and nodded in agreement. The group walked east along the main road, and it did not take long for them to arrive near the big riverbank. "Oh, this stone pillar is so tall. There's even a statue on it." The Simonians looked up at the towering monument in front of them, and they were all surprised. That's the Pillar of Victory. More than 10 years ago, the current king of Dionia, Devers, was only the leader of the Greek mercenaries at that time. The Lacanian tribal coalition invaded Turiae and defeated the Turiae army. Seeing that they were about to occupy this fertile land, King of Devers led the mercenaries here with far fewer people than the Lacanian coalition. Geniat pointed to the big riverbank in front of the left and said with a rather complicated expression, "And killed nearly 10,000 Lacanian warriors." It was said that the river was dyed red with the blood of the Lacanians at that time, and the bodies of the Lacanian warriors were floating on the river. In this battle, the Lacanians suffered heavy losses, and the tribal coalition finally collapsed. And King of Devers became famous after this battle, and finally established the powerful Dionia kingdom today. At the top of the Pillar of Victory is the statue of King of Devers. Geniat's words still contained a sigh about the rapid decline of the Lacanian tribal coalition in the past. Although the young man next to him was already familiar with the past, when he heard it from someone else, his face quickly overflowed with pride. The Simonians heard it and laughed. "You outnumbered the other party, but you were still killed by the other party. This shows that you Lacanians are no good. If it were us Simonians, we would never, Tadoni." Gurney glared at him fiercely to prevent him from making a fool of himself. The Lacanians suffered a crushing defeat, and the Simonians were not any better. More than 20,000 people did not even fight a single battle, and they defeated themselves in one night. It would be a joke if they knew. It's better to be at peace. War should be avoided as much as possible. There has been no war in Lucania municipality for 10 years. Is the life of the Potentia people better or worse? The young man interrupted at the right time. Of course it's better. Geniat was a little emotional, but it was not to please the young man. If it was 10 years ago, I would never have thought that I would walk together with the Simonians today, drinking water and chatting. When Gurney heard this, he was a little touched. At this time, a Simonian asked loudly, "Chief, what are they doing?" Looking at the direction of his finger, there is a long queue in front of the big river, extending all the way to a huge white building on the other side of the river. On the eve of the Hades celebration, people came from all directions to Turin, and few left. The direction of this long queue was completely opposite to the bustling pedestrians on the main road, walking towards the city of Turin. It was no wonder that the Simonians were curious. That's the famous hot spring in Turin. After the reminder, Gurney felt like he had returned to a few years ago, but he was still brought to Turin with a little hatred. He did not expect to be warmly received, soaking in the hot spring, tasting delicious food, watching competitions, listening to plays. He stayed there for a few months, and during this period, he was also warmly received by the King of Devers in the palace several times. Bathing in the hot spring, and specially trained slaves will give you massages to help you get rid of your fatigue. I heard that bathing in the hot spring is very good for the body, and the people of Dionia like to come here very much. The Simonians' interest was aroused by Chief Gurney's description, especially after the 10 days of continuous travel. The sweat and dust on their bodies were probably as thick as a finger. At this moment, they felt itchy all over. "Chief, why don't we go inside and take a bath first?" "You have to pay to bathe inside, 1 opal per person," Geniat reminded him. He roughly knew the financial situation of this group of Simonians, and he did not think that they would be willing to pay for a bath. Gurney really did not know that they had to pay for the bath because he was accompanied by a special Dionia civil servant in Turin. Although 1 opal was not much, there were 60 people here, and this bath would cost 10 drachmas, which was a little too much for him. When Gurney was about to refuse, the young man said, When you arrive at the campsite and settle down, I'll bring you here at dusk to have a good hot spring bath to wash away the dust and fatigue, so that you'll be in a good state to participate in the Hades celebration and the rugby game." As soon as the young man's voice trailed off, the Simonians cheered. At first, when the young man came to greet them, these Simonians, who were usually brave and fierce, really did not take this childlike young man seriously. However, the young man was gentle and warm, and he took the initiative to invite them to drink the milk water, which won their favor. Now that he was taking them to the hot spring bath, their good impression of him doubled. So, one by one, they came over to hug the young man to express their gratitude. The young man's personal slaves were a little nervous at first, but they soon relaxed when they saw the young man talking and laughing with the Simonians. Further east, when they passed by the confluence of the Tino River and the Cosini River, they saw a city standing there. It had a radius of 5 or 6 miles, surrounded by a 5-meter-high stone wall. There were towers on the stone wall, and behind the wall was a sentry tower. In front of the wall was a wide moat, a suspension bridge, and a deer fort. On top of the city wall, there were teams of heavily armed soldiers patrolling. "Is this Turin?" The Simonians and some of the Potentia herdsmen asked curiously because they did not see any pedestrians going to the city. "This is the military camp of Turin, where the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and Reserve Legion of Dionia usually train," the young man explained. "This is just a military camp?" The Simonians and the Potentia herdsmen widened their eyes in disbelief. This city looked bigger and more imposing than the cities of Abenelum and Potentia, but it was just a place used by the Dionia to train soldiers. Chapter 6:15. In the following days in Thurii, Gurney often could not sleep at night. He often thought that the people of Dionia were busy herding cattle and sheep and hunting beasts all day long in order to survive, but the people of Dionia had the time and energy to carry out planned and orderly military training. Even if the Samni army that he was in could have a real contest with the Legion of Dionysia, they would not have been a match for them. Later, he learned that there were 7 or 8 military camps like this in Dionia. It was a great blow to him, and it became one of the reasons why his attitude toward Dionia began to change. The Samni people suddenly became a lot quieter. At the same time, they were also looking forward to seeing the city of Thurii. As they walked further, the terrain became flatter and more open. There were more houses and villages. Not far ahead, there was a flat road that connected to the stone bridge that spanned the Costani River. Bustling pedestrians came from the other side of the Costani River and finally converged on this main road, making the already crowded crowd even larger. In fact, the main traffic on this road was usually the pack wagons and the kingdom slaves that transported stones and copper ores. In this lively September, for the sake of traffic safety, these were temporarily stopped. Instead, the people of Dionia, who came from the Brudi region to attend the celebration in Thurii, had increased the utilization of this road. The rumbling of carriages, the neighing of cattle and sheep, the chatter of pedestrians, and the crying of children. The flow of people on the road was a huge, moving source of noise. At the same time, it was also the producer of garbage. The excrement of pedestrians and livestock, as well as the leftovers of food, were all over the ground. If the pedestrians were not careful, they would fall prey to it. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. The Samni and Potentians who had suffered a loss complained about it. The young man explained, "The roads and the cleanliness on both sides of the Thurii territory are the responsibility of the various demos in Thurii territory. Usually, these roads are very clean by them. It's just that there are too many pedestrians coming and going during this time, and the people of the demos also have to watch the celebrations and competitions, so they can only do simple cleaning at dusk and early morning. After this busy time, the roads will become clean again." "What's a demo?" someone asked curiously. Simply put, Dermot is a small town formed by the merging of several villages. In Turin, there are 68 German shepherds, and the number is still increasing. The young man's casual explanation left the Simonians speechless. In the Samonese Mountains, it was hard to see a village, that is, a tribal settlement. Even after walking for half a day, but there were hundreds of villages in the central city of Dionia. How many people were there? The Simonians used their not-so-bright brains to think hard. In fact, after they passed through Nudum, the Simonians, who were used to herding and hunting in the forest with only a few people, began to feel a little uncomfortable. There were too many pedestrians along the way, probably more than the population of Abenelum. Let's go this way. At this time, the young man shouted and led the Samanai people to turn right into a side road. Leader Gurney, may God Savone bless you. Savone, the god of war worshipped by the Simonians, and win the competition. Seeing that the slave leading the way did not follow them, Jinnit had to wave goodbye to them. Jinnit, thank you for taking care of us along the way. Welcome to Abenelum. Gurney also responded in a friendly manner, which was exactly what Jinnit wanted to hear. This adventurous potentate and merchant had long wanted to take advantage of his neighbor, but in the past, although the Simonians and the Potentians were no longer at war, their relationship was unfamiliar, so he did not dare to enter the Samanese mountains to trade. Now that he had Gurney's friendship, he had the confidence. Clotho Cox, thank you very much for your selfless help. When I sell the cattle and sheep, I will definitely treat you to a drink at Christoya's restaurant. Jinnit then expressed his gratitude to the young man. The young man smiled and politely declined, thank you for your invitation, but these days I will be busy with the celebration and the competition, so I really don't have time. After sending Jinnit off, the young man led the Simonians along the north bank of the Cosini River to the east. The houses on both sides of the road gradually became denser, and most of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Unlike the usual Greek houses that faced the road, these houses were facing away from the road, so the tall buildings were right next to each other, directly standing beside the sidewalk. Although this side road was also relatively wide, and there were gutters and sidewalks on both sides, so it was not narrow, but it still obstructed the view and still gave people a sense of oppression. Why haven't we reached the city of Turin yet? Tadoni shouted a little irritably. The young man smiled and said, actually, we have already entered the city of Turin. Already entered the city of Turin. Tadoni thought that he was joking. We did not see the city walls at all. Only the inner city of Turin has city walls. The other urban areas have not built walls. The young man explained. It turned out that after the Southern Italian War, many freedmen and foreigners poured into Turin every year, wanting to become citizens of the kingdom. The skyrocketing population led to the continuous expansion of the urban areas of Turin. We are now at the edge of the urban area of Turin, at least 4 miles away from the inner city. 4 miles! All the Samanai people gasped. How big was this city? Even Gurney was deeply shocked. Although he had stayed in Turin for half a year 8 years ago, the city of Turin was not as big as it was now. It could only be said that the city of Turin was developing too fast. There are no city walls in the city of Turin. Aren't they afraid of the invasion of foreign enemies? Maione, the quarterback of the Simonians team who participated in the football game, asked in a slightly provocative manner. As the second warrior among the Simonians who had participated in the last war, he was both in awe and a little unwilling to admit defeat to Dionia. The young man glanced at him and said loudly, the Senate of Dionia once raised a similar question to the king at that time, hoping to build an outer city wall, but the king of Devers said. The young man straightened his back. Turin is located in the center of the kingdom of Dionia, with mountains as a barrier. The sea is a barrier, a strong army for defense, and a strong fleet for protection. If the enemy still managed to break into the territory of Turin, then there is no need for the kingdom of Dionia to exist. In fact, there was another important reason why Talii city did not build an outer wall. It was because Talii city was very big. Although building an outer wall was a huge project, Talii city was still expanding. After a few years, the outer wall would probably become an inner wall again. Such a large number of people and the expenditure of the national treasury would not achieve much in the end, so it was better not to build it. Of course, the Simonians did not know about this. After listening to the young man's words, they became silent. The number of pedestrians on the side roads was decreasing. Many pedestrians who had been to Turin for many times knew that food and accommodation were very scarce in Turin at this time of the year. The further they went into the inner city, the higher the price. Therefore, they would choose to walk into the houses and discuss with the owners about renting a house. This was also the reason why the owners built the houses so tall. As for why the houses were facing away from the road, it was because although it was only a side road, there were still people coming and going every day, and it was noisy. The practice of facing away from the road, using small windows, and thickening the walls could reduce the noise. At the same time, the residents did not have to see the irritating street view and had a barely passable living environment. As they walked forward for a while, the houses that stood on both sides of the road like city walls disappeared. After passing by two stone statues of Hermes with a smile on their faces, wearing flying boots and pointing to the front, the field of vision in front opened up again. What everyone saw was a familiar traditional Greek house. Without waiting for the people to ask, the young man took the initiative to explain, "When we, the Dionia, rebuilt the city of Turin, His Majesty the Devers and the senators had envisioned the prosperous scene of the city of Turin in the future. Therefore, a lot of public land around the city was not allocated to the citizens, but for the future expansion of the urban area. From here forward, it's the original urban area of Turin. Sigh. I just didn't expect the expansion of the city of Turin would be so rapid that it has already expanded to the land of the Turin citizens. Fortunately, the Ministry of Agriculture has a rule that farmland is not allowed to be used for other purposes. The supervisor will also regularly inspect the quality of the newly built houses and also limit the height. Otherwise, the citizens at the back won't only have 2 to 3-story houses built on the roadside, but 5 to 6-story houses spread all over their land. Then, they'll rent the houses to preparatory citizens and freedmen to obtain high profits instead of farming." When the young man reached here, a hint of disgust appeared on his face. Other than marveling at the large population of the city of Turin again, the Simonians did not have any other feelings. However, between these neatly arranged houses and crisscrossing streets, they saw temples or altars from time to time. From the young man, they learned that these temples were not only dedicated to the gods of the Greeks, but there were also temples dedicated to the god Asinu of Lucania, the highland goddess Umla and Brutus of the Baruthi people, and the racial protector of the Masapi and Pacheti people, Lycan. The gods of the foreign tribes were worshipped in the cities that were dominated by the Greeks. The believers did their own things, but there were no conflicts. This surprised Sam Monet greatly. At this time, the young man pointed to the front and said, "Look, that's the arena where you're going to compete next." A few hundred meters away stood a huge building beside the road. It was the Asinu Amara Arena. Chapter 6:16. One was located near the south of Turin. It was called the Apollo Arena. The name was decided by the merchants who donated money to the south of Turin. During the finals, the teams of the city-state south of Turin, including Sicily, played their group matches in this arena. North of the port of Turin was the Lycaean Arena. The towns of Masapi and Pacheti held their group matches again. The original Turin Arena, east of the city of Turin and west of the Temple of Hera, was renamed the Persephone Arena. North of Turin, mainly Greek towns such as Turin, Amendalara, Heraclea, Elia, and so on, played their group matches here. The other was the Asinu Umla Arena, because it was the place where the teams of the towns of Lucania and Bruti played their group matches. The two clans had a dispute over the issue of which of the two gods' names should come first when naming it. In the end, the king of Devers decided that when building the arena, the clan that donated the most money would have their god's name come first. As a result, the Lucanians won, and the name of the arena was established. When the Samni players saw the building, they were a little excited. The Samni people fell in love with rugby and football after the Great Southern Italian War. More than 10,000 Samni people were captured. While they were doing hard labor, such as building roads and houses, the Dionia soldiers who guarded them also consciously taught them these two sports and organized them into teams to play against each other. This not only made them interested in the culture of Dionia, but also consumed their excess energy and reduced their resistance and hostility. After these Samni people were released back to their hometown one after another, they began to spread these two sports in the Samni Mountains. However, so far, There was still no formal arena in the Samanai region. They all played games on the relatively flat grassland. It was the first time that these Samanai players saw that the stadium they were about to play in was so magnificent, so they could not help but feel a little excited. However, the young man did not give them more time to stop and watch. Instead, he took them into another side road and came to a wide field that was circled with wooden sticks and ropes. There were countless tents, shops, and stalls inside. Many strong men were moving around, buying things, practicing passing games, and some simply used the open space to conduct small practice matches. In the lively atmosphere, there was a hint of tension before the battle. This was the camp that the Samanai people were going to be stationed in. Due to the fact that there were too many travelers coming to Turin in September, and each participating team had at least 50 to hundreds of people, dozens of teams added up to thousands of people. The urban area of Turin could not provide so many accommodations at all. After referring to the practice of the Olympia Games and combining the characteristics of the Kingdom of Dionia, the City Hall of Turin set up camps near the 4 arenas to gather all the teams that participated in the same group stage together. They solved the accommodation problem with simple tents and made it easy to manage, so that the participating teams would not be scattered all over the place. It would consume a lot of energy just to organize them to play in the stadium, and it would easily disrupt the order of the city. The young man came to the entrance of the camp and explained the situation to the guards. Gurney once again showed Sesama's letter, and the Samanai people were allowed to enter. When the other people in the camp saw the Samanai people wearing the same short-sleeved red robes, they knew that another team had moved in and that they had arrived before the start of the celebration. Because Abeniram was far away from Turin, and Gurney and his team had walked all the way here, they were actually the last team to arrive in Turin, so they came up to ask curiously. When they learned that they were from the Samanai area, they were surprised. Some of them even whispered with a strange expression, "Do the Samanai people play rugby?" When Tadoni, Maioni, and others heard this, their hearts were filled with hatred. If it were not for the fact that they had just arrived, they would have cursed out loud. They secretly made up their minds. I must teach the other teams a lesson on the field. The young man ran around and arranged tents for them to stay in. He also borrowed dozens of rugby uniforms, protective gear, and shoes for them, and took them to dinner in advance. At dusk, he really let them take a hot spring bath. The responsible young man took only one day to make these burly Samanai people treat him as one of their own. 10 years ago, the Kingdom of Dionia was almost assassinated by an assassin sent by Syracuse. As a result, the people who participated in the celebration panicked, trampled, and many people were injured and killed. Since then, Dionia gradually improved the procedures of the celebration to ensure the safety of the city and the people. On the 9th of September, the day of the Hades celebration, the inner city was heavily guarded. In addition to the important ministers, elders, and invited guests from various alliances to attend the ceremony, the Kingdom of Dionia would also invite the public officials of the kingdom who performed well, the soldiers and team officers who performed bravely in the war, as well as the scholars and craftsmen who had creative ideas in academics and innovations in machinery. Nearly 10,000 people were allowed to bring their families into the Victory Square in the inner city to watch the celebration, and then go to the main temple of the Hades to worship. Since they were all citizens, most of them had received military training. Once there was an accident, they could turn into soldiers of the Legion by blowing the bugle and stop the situation from getting worse. In addition, the City Hall of Turin had built temples and altars of the Hades outside the southern city of Turin, in the Delta area, near the port, and in the east, north, and west of the inner city of Turin. The nearby arenas and theaters also had grand performances in the square. The Sanuses would sing, and experienced priests would preside. The people who lived nearby could enjoy and participate in the celebration without having to travel far. On this day, the grand bell of the Temple of the Hades rang in every corner of Turin, and the light and distant chanting echoed throughout the Zbari plain. The people of the Kingdom of Dionia were cheering for the Hades celebration. The joy brought by the celebration was even higher on the second day, because the Kingdom of Dionia rugby final had begun. Once again, Gurney was invited. Early in the morning, He was led by the Turin public officials through the crowded west gate of Turin. They passed through one block after another. The blocks in the west of the inner city were basically vast and magnificent mansions, most of which were the mansions of the kingdom's senators and important ministers. Then, they entered an avenue between two hills. The noisy crowd became much quieter as they passed by. On the hillside on the left was the main temple of the kingdom's sacred Hades temple, and on the hillside on the right was the mansion of the great king of Devers. Gurney glanced at the hill on the right, and then shifted his gaze to the foot of the hill. He knew that the entire hill was guarded by the king's guards, and no one could enter the hill without an invitation. At the foot of the hill, there was a magnificent building with a square shape, supported by dozens of huge pillars. It looked solemn, like a temple. It was the Palace of Dionia. The main purpose of Gurney's visit to Turin this time was to be invited to this palace again and be received by the king of Devers. As he followed the crowd, he could see the Senate's assembly hall. After entering the wide Victory Square, the distance between the pedestrians naturally widened, and Gurney instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Having been here once a few years ago, he knew that the most important building here, apart from the towering stone pillar in the center of the square and the goddess of victory at the top, was the fountain on the west side of the square in front of the assembly hall. Back then, Gurney had heard from the official who was in charge of accompanying him that Hades had resurrected the fountain, so the elders of the Senate and the people responded to Hades' prophecy and elected the Devers as the king of Dionia. The king of Devers lived up to the expectations of the people and defeated the powerful Syracuse, which was why Dionia had today's glory. This miracle that was praised by many made Gurney pay special attention to the fountain. However, at that time, the fountain was only surrounded by an ordinary stone wall, and there was nothing special about it. Yet he was still in awe of it. This time, the young man who came to greet them said that a few years ago, the Senate specially invited a famous Greek sculptor to redesign and reconstruct the fountain. It was now very different from the past, and it had become one of the holy places for many young people in the kingdom of Dionia who were determined to learn sculpture. Gurney wanted to see it again, but he did not have the time for the past 2 days. The Victory Square was surrounded by tall buildings. The library, the city hall, the court, the Ministry of Military Affairs. After passing through the Victory Square, Gurney set foot on the main road of the inner city. The road was very wide, enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side, and the road was unusually smooth. During the victory ceremony, this was the passage through which the victorious soldiers paraded back. After walking a few blocks and passing through the first triumphal arch, they entered the eastern part of the inner city. There were also houses in the eastern part, but compared to the luxurious houses in the western part and the high-end houses in the central part, the houses here were much simpler. When the new city of Turin was first built, there were not many citizens in the city, and there was enough open space. At first, the western part was for some newly registered freedmen and officials to live in, so that they could provide enough labor for the new city. But now, the eastern part had become the most lively area in the inner city, with the river port, the market, the theater, the gym, the baths. With the popularity of the hot spring baths, the habit of bathing was deeply rooted in the people's hearts. And the people of Dionia were no longer satisfied with only go to the hot spring baths once a day, so they began to build baths in various cities, hotels, restaurants. Chapter 6:17. Of course, the most lively place was near the center of the Eastern District, the former Grand Arena of Dionia, now the main arena of Hades. As the venue for the opening ceremony of the Kingdom of Dionia's Rugby Championship every year, countless people were flocking there from all parts of the inner city. The official leading the way quickened his pace with Gurney, and with great difficulty, they managed to squeeze their way to the south entrance of the arena. This place was already bustling with noise and excitement. Not only was there a long queue at the entrance, but there was also a famous food street that was filled with people. Not only did people buy food and snacks from various stalls to satisfy their stomachs while watching the game, they also went into the shops to buy small drums and piccolos that could make ear-piercing sounds, as well as statues of their favorite players to cheer them on. Every stall owner and merchant was haggling with their customers, so much so that their voices were hoarse, but their hearts were filled with joy. They wished that this competition could be held from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, so that they could make a lot of money every day. A large bronze statue was erected between the entrance of the arena and the food street. Hades, the patron saint of Dionia, Hades. He stretched his left hand forward and his right hand back, holding a rugby ball in his hand and making a throwing gesture. He took a step forward with his left foot and lifted his right foot slightly, his entire body's center of gravity resting between his feet. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he looked serious and serious. His robe was tied around his waist, blocking the mystery between his legs. The lines on his robe were clear and did not affect the bulging muscles. The strong muscles all over his body were tense and flexible, showing a sense of movement during the start of a game. The statue of Hades in the temple was solemn and dignified. Although the statue outside the arena was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters tall with a heavy cornerstone, it was equally majestic. However, it showed a friendly attitude, making the people yearn for it. Not only did it increase the people's love for rugby, but it also made this place one of the places where believers usually worshipped. On the side of the entrance, there was a row of wooden houses. The image of the goddess of luck, Tino, was painted on the roof of each wooden house. There were also many people gathered here, and there was a lot of noise. I'll bet 10 drachmas on Turii defeating Kapsa. I say, bro, the tourist team is too strong. Of course they will beat Kapsa. The odds are too low. You can only make 2 oper at most with 10 drachmas. It's not worth it. You might as well bet on the second match of the opening ceremony, Yudi versus Eugenum. The odds for both sides are higher. You'll earn more if you bet correctly. I don't care about winning money. I'm a Turkish. Whether they win or lose, I'll support the Turkish team to win. Hey, hello. I don't know much about the level of rugby in the cities of Masapi. Can you tell me which team is better, Uzhentum or Udina? You've asked the right person. I know the Masapi region very well. Let me tell you, Udina used to be the center of the Masapi City-State Alliance. Now, it's also a big city in that region with a large population. You know Milan, the former General Crotone, who is now a senator of the Senate, won many Greek games when he was young. In the past, he was the governor of Udina for 4 years. In addition to suppressing the riots in Udina, he also vigorously promoted rugby and football. Therefore, rugby in Udina was developed earlier in the Masapi region. Uzhentum is just a small town by the sea. Because it's closer to tourists, rugby was developed earlier. However, as far as I know, the teams of the 2 cities have played against each other 4 times, and Udina won all of them. Then I'll bet 5 drachmas on Udina defeating Uzhentum. Gurney, who was passing through the area, felt his eardrums swelling. He rubbed his ears and knew in his heart that the people of Dionia were buying a paper ticket issued by the kingdom called Tino's Favor. Once the buyer correctly guessed the outcome of the game, he would receive some money as a reward. However, if he guessed wrong, the money he bet would be wasted. This format was actually similar to the dice game played by the Simonians after a banquet. In fact, it was also popular in the Greek city-states. What made Gurney sigh was that when he first came to the tourist arena to watch the game, this game had just been implemented. At that time, there was only 1 wooden house, and there were very few buyers. A few years later, looking at the sea of people, perhaps this game had become popular in the cities of Dionia. Although there was a long queue at the entrance of the arena, Gurney did not stop for a moment. The public official who led him here brought him to another entrance. After passing through the interrogation of the guards, he went directly to the VIP passage. The seats in the arena were divided into sections. After entering from the VIP passage on the south side, he was not far from the rostrum. He was arranged to sit in an area not far from the rostrum, where some spectators were already seated. Gurney's seat was closer to the arena. He could clearly see the large area behind the rostrum that was covered by a white curtain when he turned his head to the left. Gurney, who had been here once, knew that it was the place where the king and queen of Dionia and the senators of the Senate watched the game. However, at this time, it was as empty as the arena in front of him. Just as Gurney was looking around, someone next to him asked curiously, "May I ask where you are from?" It was an old Greek man with dark skin and several scars on his rough face. He looked simple and honest, but there was a hint of fierceness in his appearance. He looked more like a farmer, but he was wearing an expensive purple Bolton robe. Gurney did not answer directly. Instead, he asked warily, "And where are you from?" "I'm from Tindaris. My name is Sea Crops," the man answered frankly. Gurney knew that the people who were invited to sit in this area were not ordinary people, even if the person in front of him looked ordinary. Unfortunately, Gurney knew little about other areas other than the area around Salmoneye. He did not hide it, nor did he care if it would make the man feel awkward. He asked directly, "Where is Tindaris?" Sea Crops was stunned. However, Gurney's stiff Greek and his appearance that was different from a Greek made him understand. So he said seriously, "Tindaris is a Greek city-state on the island of Sicily. It's next to Messina and very close to the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia. We, Tindaris, have a friendly relationship with Dionia. Every year, we are invited by Dionia to participate in this grand and lively celebration," Sea Crops said proudly, as if he was deeply honored. However, in reality, when Syracuse was defeated, Dionysius was killed, Messina was captured, and the various city-states on the eastern coast of Sicily changed their political systems. When the series of great changes reached Tindaris, this small city-state that was supported by Dionysius was instantly terrified. They hurriedly formed a large emissary group led by their archons. They brought a large amount of gold and silver and quickly rushed to Thurii. They hurriedly expressed their intention to submit and form an alliance with King Dives. Unexpectedly, not only did the king of Devers not speak ill of them, but he also expressed great sympathy for the miserable situation of the Myrcenians in Sparta. He even promised in front of everyone that Dionia would not invade Tindaris. The people of Tindaris were instantly overjoyed. This was because the Greeks knew that the king of Dionia was a man of his word. Although Tindaris failed to form an alliance with Dionia in the end, both sides quickly signed a friendly agreement. Even though the people of Tindaris later learned of the agreement between Dionia and Carthage regarding the division of power in Sicily, they still held deep gratitude and respect towards Dionia. Moreover, Dionia would send a friendly invitation to Tindaris every year during an important celebration. How could the people of Tindaris, a small city that was built not long ago and was very inconspicuous in Sicily, not have a good impression of Dionia, the overlord of the south? However, we, Tindaris, have been invited, and so have the other Greek cities of Sicily. Syracuse, Gela, Camelina, Aglaginto, Ecnomus, and even the towns of the Sicyer people have been invited. Most of them have sent emissaries to participate in this event. While saying this, Tindaris paused. He remembered that Syracuse, the largest city in Sicily and the supporter of Tindaris when the city was built, did not send any emissaries to this year's celebration of Hades, nor did they send any emissaries in the past few years. As a result, the smaller cities around the city did not send any emissaries to Thurii. This regretful thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before it was quickly forgotten. Now, Dionia was Tindaris' biggest support. Syracuse had become a thing of the past. Tindaris stretched out his right hand and pointed to the surroundings. "Everyone sitting here is a guest from Sicily. Only you look a little, unfamiliar. That's why I'm asking you out of curiosity." Tindaris was being polite. Anyone who saw Gurney's messy hair, bare shoulders, and bare legs without shoes would know that he was a barbarian. Even the Sicyer people of Sicily dressed like the Greeks. That was why the people around him were curious, but they did not approach him to ask. Only the people of Tindaris, who had been oppressed by Sparta in the past, would try their best to befriend any force. Sicily. When the name was mentioned, Gurney had an impression. After all, the Simonian situation today was all thanks to Syracuse, and Syracuse used to be the overlord of Sicily. However, after hearing what Tindaris said, Gurney realized that the hundreds of people around him came from the various cities of Sicily. Only then did he realize that not only did Dionia occupy the vast land in the south, but they also possessed great power in the rumored fertile Sicily. Compared to Dionia, the power of the Abenelum was too insignificant. Chapter 6:18. Gurney was shocked, but he said, I'm a Samanai from Abenelum, north of Potentia. The Sicilian emissaries around them, who were secretly listening to their conversation, memorized the words Samanai and Abenelum. They quietly pondered the significance of the appearance of this native of Italy, who had hardly appeared in Turiai before in the celebration of Hades. While the two were chatting, the people entered the arena one after another. The circular arena was quickly filled, and the atmosphere in the arena became noisy and lively. Senators began to appear one after another behind the rostrum. That's Lucius, the governor of Turiai. I heard that he's been the chief general of Crotone many times. This is Lord Cornelis. He's the most important senator in the Senate, and he's very friendly to the people. Look, he's greeting the audience around him. Listen to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. You don't need to look to know that this should be the scepter priest. Lord Plazinus has arrived. Look at that cold face. That's the censor cesta that scares the senators and officials. But the people of Dionia respect him. Who is this? He's as fat as a pig. Don't talk nonsense. Don't look down on him. He's Merces, the finance minister that the king of Devers relies on. He controls the kingdom's purse. Who is that? He doesn't look like a Greek. He's indeed not a Greek. He's from Persia, Marigi, the minister of commerce of the kingdom of Dionia. You heard the cheers of the audience, right? I heard that he contributed a lot to the prosperity of Turiai, so the people of Turiai are very grateful to him. Who is this? The elder who came out of the passage did not wave to the audience, nor did he talk to the other elders. He just sat down, but the crowd cheered for him. His every move and the temperament he exuded made Gurney feel that he must have led an army to war. As expected, Hecros said, That's the hero of the southern Italian war, Elder Hyros. He once led an army to conquer Rockley and its allies, and he has just become the military minister of Dionia. The elder that appeared behind him, don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. Every one of us has benefited from him. Oh, he is the minister of construction, Heraclide the Younger. He is responsible for the construction of the roads and stone bridges in Dionia. And who are those two? They don't look like Greeks. Vespa and Hemon, of course, are not Greeks, but Lucanians. But they're also prominent elders in the Senate. Think about the size of Lucania in the territory of the kingdom of Dionia. This one is not a Greek either, but he is equally prominent. He is the senator of Sidorum from Brudi, the only senator who has served as the governor of Dionia. Behind him are Saru and Krilu. They're all senators from Brudi. Gurney listened to the introduction of Cecrops. He looked at the people behind the rostrum who looked different from the Greeks, and he suddenly felt a little touched. When Cecrops introduced the senators of Dionia to Gurney, he gradually became confused. Although many senators of Dionia had appeared behind the rostrum, apart from the king of Devers, several important figures that the emissaries of Sicily were most familiar with had yet to show up. Antonius, the hero who conquered the east coast of Sicily and served as the governor of Naxos for many years, was the one that Cecrops and the others had the most dealings with. As for Laodigian and Lesiparatus, these senators from Sicily used to entertain the emissaries of Sicily who were invited to Turiai every year. But this year, they neither held a banquet nor showed up in the arena. As far as Cecrops knew, Laodigian liked to be in the limelight the most. What happened? Cecrops had to think deeply. At this moment, as if a gust of wind had blown through the arena, the entire arena became lively. Victory! His Majesty the Devers! His Majesty the King is here! The cheers in the arena rose and fell one after another. The king of Dionia, the Devers, wore a black and gold bolton and a pomegranate crown made of gold. He smiled and waved to all sides, with the two beautiful consorts, Christos and Agnes, on either side of him. Gurney's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at a young man following closely behind the Devers and asked urgently, "Who is he?" "Hey, put your hand down. It's disrespectful to the king of Devers. Don't anger the audience." Cecrops hurriedly pressed his hand down and then said, "You're talking about the eldest son of the king of Devers, Crotocatax. Don't be fooled by his tall stature. He's actually not even 18 years old. He's still just a youth. Are you sure he's the eldest son of the King of Devers? Gurney asked again in disbelief. I take part in the Hades festival every year, and Prince Clodocatax has appeared many times. How could I be wrong? Cecrops was a little angry when he heard his doubts, and in order to show his understanding of the royal family of Dionia, he said, the King of Devers has an adopted son called Adoris, and I heard that he's already gone to Douarnay with the army. Clodocatax is indeed the eldest son of the Devers. The beautiful girl beside him is the adopted daughter of the king, Cynthia. I heard that she's already 20 years old, and she's still unmarried. Because there are too many suitors, the King of Devers doesn't know who to choose, and that's why it's been delayed until now. Cecrops secretly told Gurney about this gossip, as if he was showing off that he was well informed. The girl holding Cynthia's arm is the eldest daughter of the King of Devers, Eunice. The boy talking to her is the second son of the king, Apox. The boy looking around is the third son of the king, Bryance. Oh, his youngest daughter is also here, Avia, the little girl held by Princess Agnes. This is the first time she's appeared at the opening ceremony of a rugby match. You're in luck. This is the first time the King of Devers and his family have all appeared at a rugby match. No wonder the people of Dionia are so excited. Gurney did not seem to hear the Tindaree's words and stared blankly at the rostrum. He did not expect that the gentle, lovely, helpful Turii young man they were very grateful for 2 days ago was actually the noble prince of Dionia. Could it be that the King of Devers values the Abenelum so much? Thinking of this, Gurney became excited. Perhaps the purpose of coming to Turii for help this time could be achieved. In fact, he was thinking too much. Clodocatax just happened to be at the mountain pass to welcome the team from the north on that day. When he returned home, Christoia was shocked to learn that her son had gone alone to interact with the rumored fierce Salmonese for a long time. But when the Devers found out, he praised his son for doing a good job and said that as the Prince of Dionia with the bloodline of Pluto, he should have such courage and magnanimity. He also encouraged his son to continue to treat the Salmonese well. Because of this, the Devers and his wife had a rare little quarrel. But at this moment, the Devers and his family were happy and harmonious. After everyone sat down, the Devers nodded to Lucius in front of the rostrum. The Turii governor Lucius said begin. The trumpeters on both sides of the rostrum immediately raised their long bronze horns diagonally, and the sonorous sound of the horns resounded throughout the arena. The teams from the cities and towns of Dionia began to enter the arena. 8 priests in white robes first came in from the east entrance. They carried a wooden statue of Hades holding a rugby ball in his hand. Its image was similar to the bronze statue outside the arena, but it was smaller in size, and its surface was covered with gold foil. Under the illumination of the sun, the gold gleamed. Following closely behind the 8 solemn priests was the Turii team. They were led by a guide holding a wooden sign engraved with the word Turii. As soon as they stepped onto the track outside the field, the audience on the sidelines cheered loudly. Since Turii was the center of the kingdom of Dionia and the venue of the finals, of course, the Turii had the largest audience to watch the opening ceremony. Therefore, every year, the Turii team was at the forefront. The Turii rugby players waved to the audience, and the audience cheered them on. The interaction on and off the field pushed the atmosphere in the arena to a climax. However, the unfamiliar team that appeared next made the audience dumbfounded. Abello, the audience sitting closest to the track, widened their eyes. When they saw the name of the town on the guide's wooden sign, they were still at a loss. What is this place? It turned out that there was a rule in the order of entry for the opening ceremony of the Kingdom of Dionia Rugby Finals. Except for the first and last teams that had to be from Turii and another specific town, all the other participating teams, including the invited non-Dionia teams, entered the arena in alphabetical order according to the name of their town. This not only showed the principle of fairness and justice of Dionia regardless of closeness and distance, but also reduced conflicts and quarrels. The teams started with the letter A and naturally walked in front. But other than a very small number of spectators from the northern part of Lucania, who had some understanding of this. The rest of the people knew nothing at all. But they, who watched the games all year round, still gave this unfamiliar team a ceremonial applause and cheers. Chapter 619. Ever since they entered the city of Turin, the Samanese players, who boasted of their bravery, began to restrain their usual rough and uncouth manner, as they were shocked by the huge and prosperous city. After entering the arena, the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators were an invisible pressure that made them a little bewildered, and even their walking posture became restrained. "Look, that's Leader Gurney." Maione spotted the leader of the Abenelum standing in the audience, waving his arms and shouting, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The players immediately responded enthusiastically, which made them feel a lot more relaxed. When they passed the rostrum, they received another surprise. "Father, look, that's the Samanese team that I was responsible for receiving before." Katak shouted excitedly as he pointed to the team walking on the track. Before Devers could speak, Kristoya, who was next to him, opened her eyes wide and interrupted. "Your father always said that the Samanese are not to be trifled with, but I don't see anything special about them." Indeed, the Samanese players who entered the arena for the first time seemed to be timid in the face of tens of thousands of spectators. The Abenelimo. Devers was very clear about the origin of the team. He said slowly, "Isn't that a good thing?" Kristoya was not an ordinary woman. She quickly understood what her husband meant. So she said, "Unfortunately, there's only one Abenelimo." "That's a good start." Devers smiled slightly. Agnes did not care about what her husband and Kristoya were saying. She was the only one in the family who was not very interested in rugby. The reason why she attended the opening ceremony was because of the needs of the people of Dionia and the request of the children. The people hoped to see the king's family attend the most important celebration of the kingdom. It had almost become a custom. The harmony of the king's family was an example of a civil family. The children liked the lively atmosphere of the whole family watching the game together, including her shy and introverted daughter, Avia. Mother is right. The Samanese are like the clumsy slaves of the kingdom. There's nothing to be afraid of. Our Xerias is still the most dazzling. He'll definitely score a lot of touchdowns in the finals," Brian said loudly. Xerias was the main wide receiver of the tourist team's offensive team. He was famous for his superb catching skills and speed in the finals. "I think the quarterback, Sardak Cassius, is the best. It's really because of his calm mind, ingenious formation, and accurate passing that Xerias can get so many touchdowns." Apox's words dissatisfied his brother, and the two began to argue. Cynthia patted her two younger brothers on the head and reminded them, "Stop arguing. You're disturbing the people watching the opening ceremony. Hurry up and quiet down." Big Sister's words were indeed effective. The two of them glared at each other and quietly sat back in their seats. If Brother Doris was still in Turin, he would definitely be there as a substitute for the team, Eunice said, pointing to the Turin team that was already standing on the field. Little Avril nodded repeatedly, but it stunned Cynthia, and then a trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. The Devers laughed and said, "You still don't know your brother Doris. Compared to appearing in the Hades arena, he would prefer to appear in the Triumph Parade." "I also hope to be a hero in the Triumph Parade when I grow up," Bryant immediately shouted. "Father." Katak glanced at Cynthia and asked, "How's the progress of our war with the Downey people?" "Ever since we defeated Downey's main force in the decisive battle at the Orfanto River, our troops have not encountered any strong resistance from the enemy. Don't worry, you can see your brother again in 2 months," the Devers said with a relaxed expression. His words also made Cynthia smile again. Behind the Devers family sat a few elders of Lucania. When they saw the Samanai team passing by the rostrum, Vespa, who was already very old, could not help but sigh. "I didn't expect that even the Samanai, who are as fierce as wolves, would be tamed by our kingdom." The great leader of Potentia, Borit, chuckled and said with his lips curled, "It's not that easy to tame a wolf. It's just a Benelum, a town that is about to be abandoned by the Samanai." A Benelum was abandoned by the Samanai. Why? Hemont asked curiously. Borit subconsciously touched his bearded cheek, where there was a long scar, and his thoughts went back to the past. 10 years ago, the Samanai invaded Potentia. If His Majesty did not lead the army to rescue them in time, Potentia might not have existed anymore. Borat had a good impression of the Dionia in the process of fighting side by side with the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia against the Samanai. After the Southern Italian War, he visited Turiai many times and persuaded Plummet to merge Potentia with Dionia, becoming a free city of the kingdom. 3 years ago, Plummet even gave the position of great leader to Borat, who had a close relationship with Dionia on the grounds of poor health. After Borat took over the affairs of the territory, he had a better understanding of the situation of his evil neighbor in the north. The Samanai suffered a crushing defeat. Nearly 10,000 warriors were captured, and only a few thousand of the more than 40,000 soldiers managed to escape. As the instigator of this war, the great chief of Hilpini and the ruler of Abenelum, Villani, naturally had to bear the responsibility for this failure. Although the Samanese who had fled back did not know that Villani had died in battle, the Hilpini who had lost their loved ones and hated Villani bitterly held a tribal meeting very quickly. They dismissed Villani from his position as the great chief and elected Liscock of Beneventum as the new great chief of Hilpini. At this point, Borat sighed and said regretfully, at that time, it was said that the 4 major tribes of the Samanai had less than 10,000 warriors and were unable to fight again. Moreover, the Samanai heard that Dionia had captured many Samanai warriors, so they requested for a truce in peace talks. Sigh. Actually, if we had been more forceful and continued to attack the mountains in the north, Hilpini would have been exterminated. Bentnay and Cayutini would not have had it easy either. There was nothing we could do about it. At that time, we were resisting the invasion of Syracuse's army. After defeating Dionysius, the treasury's gold, silver, and food were almost completely depleted. It was impossible to organize another army to launch an attack on the Samanai Mountains, Vespa explained. He had another reason that he did not say. After winning the war in southern Italy, Greece and Sicily had enough land and wealth for the citizens of Dionia to divide up. They might even complain that their population was too small to occupy more empty land. So why would they covet the barren mountains of Samanai? Moreover, once they attacked the nest of the Samanai people, even if it had been greatly weakened, the resistance and casualties encountered by the Legion of Dionysia would definitely skyrocket. This was not what the Senate and the people hoped for. Borat probably realized this as well. He only casually complained before continuing. After the people of Dionia signed an alliance agreement with Hilpini, Bentnay, and Cayutini, they began to release the Samanai captives one after another. You should know that the son of the former chief of Hilpini, Gurney, was also captured by us. His tribe was originally a large tribe of Hilpini, and there were many tribal warriors who were captured. His Majesty was the last to release them. Guess what happened in the end? I remember that there was a violent conflict in the Abenelum. That Gurney even asked for help from Dionia, and His Majesty supported him. Hemont recalled. Violent conflict? Borat smiled and said, as the initiator of that war, in order to set an example, Gurney sent almost all the men who could fight in the entire Abenelum region to the battlefield. Of course, his warriors suffered the most casualties. When Lescock became the chief of Hilpini, he saw that the territory of Abenelum was mostly filled with old, young, women, and children, and lacked labor. Moreover, Abenelum was closest to Potentia, so he moved a tribe in the south of Beneventum to Abenelum and made the chief of this tribe the chief of Abenelum. At that time, the people of Abenelum did not strongly oppose it in order to survive. But 2 years later, when Gurney returned home with the Abenelum warriors who had been captured, he saw that his land was occupied by another tribe, his wife remarried, and his children recognized someone else as their father. Naturally, conflict broke out. In order to maintain his authority and the interests of his tribe, the new chief of Abenelum made a wrong decision. He wanted to expel Gurney and his kin from Abenelum on the grounds that Gurney and his son had indiscriminately started a war and brought disaster to the tribe. This caused the anger of the released Abenelum warriors, because during the 2 years of labor in the kingdom, they had completely regarded Gurney as their chief. Chapter 620. He did not expect Sidorum to face such a complicated situation when he went to Simone. Borit's words made Vespa sigh in his heart, while Hemont was filled with admiration. The suggestion made by the Devers in the Senate to let the Abenelum captives be the last to be released was so wise. Although Gurney has become the leader of the Abenelum, this matter is not over. Borit sneered again. Although the Hilpini had no choice but to sign the alliance agreement in the face of our powerful strength, Gurney has violated the taboo of the Simone tribes by inviting outsiders to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hilpini. It is only because of our protection that Lesgok does not dare to do anything to Gurney, but he can make the other tribes reduce trade, communication, and gatherings with the Abenelum. He has even made the tribes that originally moved and withdraw from the Abenelum region, trying to force the Abenelum, who have experienced the war and are weak, to take the initiative to exile Gurney in order to better survive in the mountains. Stupid Hilpini, Hemont interrupted. Yes, the Hilpini still use the old ways to punish tribal leaders who violate tradition, but they do not know that doing so will only push the Abenelum towards our Dionia. Borit kept saying our Dionia, already seeing himself as a part of the kingdom of Dionia, even though Potentia was actually a free city belonging to the kingdom of Dionia. The Abenelum has no choice but to strengthen contacts with Kapsa, us, Potentia, and Inona. In the past 2 years of particularly cold winters, most of the livestock of the Hilpini froze to death. The Abenelum relied on the aid of our Dionia to survive, so they have become more dependent on us. Even the Temple of Hades was allowed to be set up at the border of the Abenelum. However, it is said that the Beneventum and several other Simone tribes have a lot of opinions about the Abenelum's approach. It seems that the situation in the Simone region is now peaceful, but in fact the two sides have been in constant conflict, especially this year. I heard a rumor that the high priests of the 4 Simone tribes have collectively proposed to hold a Savone ceremony for the entire Simone. After the ceremony, they may discuss the blasphemy of the leader of the Abenelum, Gurney, with the 4 chiefs and other tribal leaders. Blasphemy? Vespa was a little surprised. Gurney allowed his people to accept the faith of Hades and allowed the priests of Hades to operate in his territory. Borit said with a slightly complicated mood. In Potentia today, most of the people no longer only believed in Mount Asinu, but the faith of Hades was also very popular. Did you mention this when you met His Majesty before? Hemon asked. Do I still need to say it? Borit pointed to the Abenelum team in the stadium. I heard that Gurney has also come to Turii. I'm afraid he's not just here to watch the game. Strompoli, who had returned to Turii, sat behind the rostrum, watching the teams from various towns enter the stadium. He sipped the wine mixed with water from time to time, looking quite satisfied. When he saw the Naxos team pass by the rostrum, he applauded and cheered. Although he had retired as the chief executive of Naxos, he still had some feelings for Naxos after living there for several years. Looking at the Naxos players on the field waving happily, he suddenly thought of something and fell into deep thought. At this moment, he saw Raphias change seats with someone else from the corner of his eye. Then, he heard a voice beside his ear. Lord Strompoli. Strompoli turned his head and nodded. Greetings, Lord Talalos. Well, thank you for taking care of the people of Naxos in the past few years. Talalos complimented him a little unnaturally. He was not good at flattering people, but Strompoli and the Sicilian senators rarely interacted. Although they were in the same senate, they were strangers to each other. If he didn't do this, he would not be able to get closer to Talalos, and it would be easier for him to talk later. That's my duty. Strompoli did not smile because of his compliment. To be honest, Naxos is not easy to manage. Talalos was stunned for a moment. He then smiled awkwardly. Sicily is not the same as Greece, after all. What's the difference? Strompoli interrupted him and asked bluntly, Does Naxos not belong to the kingdom of Dionia? Are the people living there not the people of Dionia? Talalos was stunned again. He had heard the other Sicilian senators say that Strompoli was a stone in a pile of horse dung, smelly, hard, and not easy to get along with. Today, it was indeed the case. Talalas was also a man of character. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Lord Strompoli, there are rumors these 2 days that after Lord Myron arrived in Naxos, he sent a patrol team to search Lord Laodigian's house and arrested some servants. Then he searched the mansions of Ikadas and several other senators. I also heard that Lord Cypros, the governor of Cadenai, also searched Lord Lasseparata's house in Cadenai. And what the hell is going on? Without the approval of the Senate, how can they break into the mansion of a senator, search, and arrest people? Strompoli looked at him with a strange expression on his face. The laws of Dionia do not state that you cannot search the mansion of a senator or arrest servants. Only when you want to arrest a senator, you must obtain the approval of the Senate. As a senator of the kingdom, have you not carefully studied the laws of the kingdom all these years? Talalas was a little embarrassed. There were so many laws in Dionia that it was impossible for him to remember them all. He coughed and said, Lord Strompoli, may I ask what crime Laodigian and the others have committed? Strompoli shrugged. Myron did not send a letter to the Senate explaining the situation. Like you, I know nothing about it. But you can ask Lord Tritodmos. He may know something. Talalas said in a low voice, Lord Tritodmos is in Sicily. Oh, yes. Yes. I've forgotten. I'm old, and my memory is bad. I still remember that I invited them to the banquet in Naxos City Hall. Strompoli patted his head and said, Since Tritodmos personally went to Sicily, Laodigian and the others must have committed a serious crime. Talalas was silent. This was exactly what he was worried about. Lord Talalas, was your mansion in Naxos searched? Strompoli suddenly asked. Talalas shook his head. Then what are you worried about? Strompoli said with some interest. I heard that you and Laodigian have never been on good terms. You even scolded him several times in public, saying that he only knows how to eat, drink, and have no ability at all. The senators of Naxos, led by Laodigian, do not like to interact with you. Now it seems that you have made the right choice. Talalas' eyes lit up at Strompoli's words. The last team to enter the arena was the Amandalra team. Turii was the center of the kingdom of Dionia, while Amandalra was the beginning of the kingdom. This was why the Devers arranged for the teams from these 2 towns to enter the arena one after the other. There were many spectators in the arena, and most of the former mercenaries settled in Amandalra. In the beginning, Amandalra was the main source of soldiers for the First Legion. More than a decade later, the citizens of Amandalra accounted for nearly half of the senior officers in the First Legion of Dionia. This made the small city of Amandalra a very special town in the kingdom, commonly known as the City of Officers. The citizens of other towns had served as soldiers under the Amandalra team. This made the entire stadium applaud and cheer sincerely for the team. It was even more popular than the Turii team. When more than 50 teams stood in the middle of the arena, the 8 priests carrying the statue of the god at the front chanted the song of the Hades in unison. Then, the players and the spectators also joined in devoutly. Even some foreign players, such as Abenelum and Pompey, who did not believe in the Hades, were inspired and joined in. When the solemn and majestic song ended, the Devers walked to the front of the rostrum and said in a loud voice full of passion, players from various towns in the kingdom, and players from friendly neighboring countries who have accepted the invitation. Welcome to Turii for the 7th Rugby Championship of the Kingdom of Dionia. After more than a dozen telepathic messengers spread the words of the King of Devers to the entire stadium, there was a huge cheer on the field and the sidelines. You have gone through the test of many games. Today, you are able to stand in the arena of Hades, which means that you're the best rugby players in your city this year. From today on, in Turii, under the watchful eyes of the Hades, you will continue to display your superb skills and brave and intelligent minds. Unite and cooperate with your teammates, and through every fierce game, compete for the title of the strongest rugby team and the best rugby player in the Kingdom of Dionia this year. I wish you all the best in achieving excellent results. The players listened with passion and could not wait to start the game immediately. At this moment, the drums and trumpets sounded announcing the official start of the finals. The spectators let out thunderous cheers. They could not wait to watch the game. The teams began to leave the field, leaving only two teams on the field. The game between Turiai and Kapsa had officially begun.